And I'm calling to order this meeting, and at this time I would ask all of us to stand for the invocation first, followed by the pledges to both the United States of America and the Texas flags. And since I haven't said the prayer yet this year, with your permission,
Sure, Bishop.
Would you please bow your heads in prayer? Dear Lord, thank you for allowing us to gather here today with friends and with colleagues alike. With community leaders, we ask you for your grace today. We ask you for wisdom and compassion as we help guide our county to be the best that it can be. We also know that we are made in your image, and to each of us there is a purpose. And we would ask today that we remember that and that we are purposeful in each of our decisions today. Lord, there are many people here who have family who serve our country, and we ask that you always be with them today and tomorrow. We ask that you have a special blessing upon our law enforcement, who also protect us not only here in this courthouse and in our community, but in places far and near. We ask all of these things in your name. Amen.
Amen.
And now the pledge. Commissioner?
Pledge allegiance
to the
flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, everybody. You may be seated. At this time, for our clerk, it is 9:07. It is 901 Leopard. Is our address on the third floor, County Courthouse, and I do certify that a quorum is present today. At this time, I would ask for the approval of the minutes that were held both on February 12th and on February 25th. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
And motion second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. Thank you for the approval. At this point, we are at E1, and there are some board appointments to be made at this time. The first is to the Nueces County Beach Management Advisory Committee, followed by the Nueces County Animal Control Advisory Board. Tyner, would you like me to continue, or would you like to?
Yes, Judge, we had the resignation of Pat Eisenhower, and she did, the resignation's attached, plus she in fact did, let me see if I can turn this down.
Judge, can I
Yes,
just submit a nomination for that at this point? I don't.
absolutely.
It'll be a long meeting, so I don't need to hear Tyner all morning. I love you and everything.
Okay,
but,
we appreciate that. Why don't you go ahead and
Judge, I'd like to submit Lindsay Peach's name for consideration as a nomination for that replacement on that board.
And we have a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Thank you. And how about the Animal Control Advisory Board?
I just make a motion that we just appoint all of them.
Okay, let's just go ahead and read their names.
Second for.
That's Cynthia Winkley, Natalie Dodd, Tamby Parker, Kendra Lee, and Punky Wattis. We have a motion and a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign.
Judge, can I
Yes.
make a suggestion today? We have a very, very lengthy meeting today. I was looking to see on a regular agenda item 4A9 if we could possibly, I think what we had talked about was doing this kind of as a whole in a workshop type setting. Could I maybe make a motion that we table the discussion on these first 20 advisory boards and do them all at once in a workshop type setting instead of trying to piecemeal it, and to try to get something off the agenda that might make our day go a little quicker also? Okay?
Commissioner, I'm in favor of that. I will tell you, just in the interest, we actually have a spreadsheet. I think we can at least give you the spreadsheets today, and that way you're prepared for the workshop at that time.
And I don't mean to put that as a non-date specific so that I'm not trying to kill it by any means. I'm just trying to think if we do it all together with all of them in a workshop with an action agenda item. So I don't know how best to do that, or if you all want to coordinate on a date later, but that would be my motion to table, to come up with a date specific when is good for everybody's calendar.
All right, so we have a motion. We're taking a little bit out of order here. We're going to 4A9, and there's a motion for a table and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Thank you.
Absolutely. We're going to move to resolutions, proclamations, and orders, my favorite part here. And the first one is the 20th annual Cesar Chavez Marcha. And to do that, we have, and our Chair Tyner will introduce it, but recognizing Dr. Nancy Vera, President of AFT here, but also social activist, and Cesar, and I was going to say, and Chairman, thank you.
And I'll read this, Judge.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas Cesar Chavez, after attending more than 30 elementary and middle schools and achieving an 8th grade education, left school to work full-time as a farm worker to help support his family. Whereas at the age of 17, Cesar Chavez entered the United States Navy and served the United States with distinction for 2 years. Further, in 1948, Cesar Chavez returned from military service, and as early as 1949, Cesar Chavez was committed to organizing farm workers to campaign for safe and fair working conditions, reasonable wages, livable housing, and outlawing child labor. Whereas in 1962, Cesar Chavez established the National Farm Workers Association, which eventually became the United Farm Workers of America. Whereas under the leadership of Cesar Chavez, the United Farm Workers of America organized thousands of migrant farm workers to fight for fair wages, health care coverage, pension benefits, livable housing, and respect. Whereas during his lifetime, Cesar Chavez was a recipient of the Martin Luther King Jr. Peace Prize and posthumously awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Now therefore, be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas hereby acknowledges and celebrates the life of Cesar Chavez with Texans and designates March 25th through 31st, 2019 as Cesar Chavez Week.
Oh, wonderful.
I'll move.
Second. Oh, sorry.
Motion and a second, and at this time we'll entertain public comment.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Nancy Vera, the chair of the chair of the Cesar Chavez Committee. This is the first time it falls under the Coastal Bend Labor Council, and this is?
I'm Royce Jeffrey. I'm president of IBW Local 278.
And we are super excited about this year's matcha because we believe it's going to be historical. We are going to have as Grand Marshals Ramsey Muniz, who we consider to be a political prisoner, and he was just released less than a couple of months ago. He's going to be our Grand Marshal. And we're also going to have the president of the National League of United Latin American Citizens Grand Marshal the march that'll begin at the corner of Port and Agnes and will end at the Antonio E. Garcia Art Center, where we're going to have a wonderful speaker. He's the newly elected president of the, and let me get this right, Texas State Historical Commission. His name is Dr. Emilio Zamora, and he's an expert in Mexican-American history. So we're very proud of this march, and we're going to have lots of vendors there, and of course we're going to have lots of children there who are going to celebrate in the history of Mexican-Americans in the United States. So we're very excited. I hope all of you can make it. Judge?
Yes, I'll be there.
You have anything to say? We're done.
I believe it. I have a great picture of my grandmother in La Marcha in probably 68, 69.
That's right.
And so I'm excited to be able to be there. And as Cesar would say, it's not about grapes, it's not about lettuce, it's about people.
That's right. I like that.
So,
okay. Do we get a picture like we always do?
oh yes, of course, please.
Okay. All right, yes. Somebody's.
Sure you can. Come on.
Actually, we've got to. This is why we need good decor. Actually, Todd gave me a good place to go to, but it's in the hill country. You do? How are you? Come here. Good to see you. Yes. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Good day. It's a good day.
Thank you for being here. Come on in there.
Can you get the whole thing here?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
You get her, you get me. 3. 1, 2, 3.
Yay.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Thank you so very much.
All right, come to the march. It's really good.
Good to see you.
Can you give us a? You have anything or no? A little flyer.
Oh, I'll give you a poster.
Okay.
He's probably going to add autographs on posters because it's going to be historical.
Okay. Thank you.
March the 30th. It's a Saturday at 1 o'clock.
Commissioners, we do. I do want to get a vote. We had a motion and a second and discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Okay. Sorry, I have to go back to the agenda now. At this time, we have a resolution, Tyner, for Oscar Martinez, South Texas music legend.
Yes, Judge. This may have been the first thing that you asked me to do as judge.
Oh, my goodness.
Oscar Martinez's birthday was on January 3rd, I believe. We've been trying to do this, and Oscar can't make it, but his daughter, Iris, is here. I'd like to ask her to come forward and bring your daughter. My granddaughter. Sorry.
Oscar's great-granddaughter.
Oscar's great-granddaughter. So we're going to go ahead and read this and get it done and frame it up for him and get it to him. I'll begin reading. Whereas Oscar Martinez was born January 3rd, 1934 in Corpus Christi, Texas, to Eloisa Galindo Martinez and Pedro Martinez. He graduated from Roy Miller High School in Corpus Christi, Texas in 1952. He was married to Eruvina Perez in 1954, and they had 4 children, Javier Omar, Imelda, Iris, and Jaime Orlando. Whereas he joined the Isidro Lopez Band in 1956, and in 1958 formed Oscar Martinez and Orchestra, and in 1960 recorded Makes No Difference and La Bamba, and their popularity exploded. In 1965, Oscar composed his big hit, El Tejano Enamorado. Whereas Oscar hosted a very popular radio show in Corpus Christi on KCCT radio every morning from 7 a.m. to 8 a.m., which was later expanded to include a 6 p.m. to 7 p.m. show every weekday. Oscar, who is still active, is also known for writing tunes with catchy lyrics, a big brassy sound, and a musical career that has spanned over half a century. Whereas in 1999, Oscar Martinez was inducted to the Tejano Music Hall of Fame. In 2003, he was inducted to the Tejano Roots Hall of Fame. And in 2013, he was inducted to the South Texas Music Walk of Fame in Corpus Christi. The first El Tejano Enamorado Music Scholarship was presented to a music student at Roy Miller High School in 2008. Whereas in 2011, he agreed to house his music with the Southwest Music Collection at Texas Tech Archives. And in 2012, he agreed to house his papers with the University of Texas, Austin, Nettie Benson Latin American Collection Archives. In 2017, the Legends of Tejano Music exhibit hosted by the Texas State University, Oscar Martinez, was introduced by Ramon Hernandez, music historian, as the first person to use the word Tejano in a song and on an album. Now therefore be it resolved that the Nueces County Commissioners Court hereby honors Oscar Martinez for his accomplishments as a Tejano music legend and the tremendous contributions to South Texas musicians.
Thank you so much, Commissioners. Do I have a motion? Okay, and a second. Motion and a second. At this time, would you like to make any comment?
I just want to say thank you. He couldn't be here today. He's been with the flu and back and forth with illnesses. But he was in the recording studio 2 weeks ago, recorded 2 more songs. And if you're a musician, the best thing for them is that hit song. It's not about the money. It's about that hit. So he has 2 new songs that should be released pretty soon, hopefully. But thank you again for your time and for recognizing him.
Thank you.
I remember Oscar when he used to play for all the social clubs in town, all the Paracutines, the Novo, and all that. And we used to call him El Gallo Copetón, right?
That's another.
That's another one. So they should have named that one too, because that was a top song. Yeah. So tell him hi for me.
He says that El Tejano Enamorado talks about the flirtatious musician that went around to all the towns, and he says your mother was tired of hearing about all the women. So I started to write something about an animal, so I wrote El Gallo Copetón. It still had that same meaning, the big, bold man, but he's known for those catchy tunes.
We'll keep him on our prayers.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you. A real icon for South Texas, but particularly for Nueces County. Iris, would you like to take a picture to send maybe back to him?
or else he wouldn't believe you were here.
Oh, you want to use your phone?
I have the proof.
Look at stock. That's what Hot-Tarts already. Oh. Yeah. You gonna put bank on that? Okay. Right.
Tell us your name. Stella. That's a beautiful name, Stella.
How are you?
Stella. This is Mr. Chesney. Mr. Gonzalez. I'm Miss Barber. Mr. Devon.
Come get in the middle with us. Come get in the middle.
Come over here.
Somebody was just calling you, I declined it. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Let's take one more.
Tyler, you do have Stella in the picture, right?
Gotta have Stella in the picture, that's for sure.
Yeah, well, because of the computer
I
screen.
absolutely. That's a pretty dress you have on today.
Good.
That's very nice.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, we send them our best.
I will. Thank you so much. You remember. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The sliding chairs. That was nice. Okay, at this time, we now have a special recognition. It's a retirement recognition for Con Mims, Executive Director of the Nueces River Authority.
Did you need to vote on the previous?
Oh, I'm certainly due. And we had a motion and a second, and could we have a vote, please? All those signify in agreement by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Thank you, Lauda. Now we'll move to Mr. Mims and the...
So this is in
great
recognition of
retirement.
Con Mims, Executive Director of the Nueces River Authority. Whereas Con Mims is the Executive Director of the Nueces River Authority, he is a graduate of Texas A&M University, class of 1965, and has worked for 50 years in the fields of water resource protection, planning, and development. Whereas Mr. Mims began his career with the San Antonio River Authority, serving in various departments including soil and water conservation, rural flood control, right-of-way acquisition, public information, special projects, assistant to the manager, and assistant operations manager. Whereas Mr. Mims joined the Nueces River Authority in 1976 as Chief of Plans and was appointed Executive Director in 1978. And further, he plans to retire in April 2019. Whereas his affiliations include member, National Water Resource Association, director and past president, Texas Water Conservation Association, former chairs of TWCA River Authorities Panel, River Authorities and Water Districts Managers Council, South Central Texas Regional Water Planning Group, Edwards Aquifer Recovery Implementation Program Steering Committee, Edwards Aquifer Recovery Implementation Program, Adaptive Management Stakeholder Committee. Further, he is the current chair, Texas In-Stream Flows Program for the Nueces River and Corpus Christi Bay and Baffin Bay Area Stakeholders Committee, member of Texas In-Stream Flows Program, Guadalupe San Antonio Basin and Bay Area Stakeholders Committee, South Texas Water Master Advisory Committee, and Nueces Estuary Advisory Council. Now therefore be it resolved that the Nueces County Commissioners Court hereby recognizes Con Mims, Executive Director of the Nueces River Authority, for 50 years of service to South Texas in the field of water resource protection. Further, the court encourages the citizens of South Texas to join the court in congratulating Mr. Mims for his many accomplishments and stellar career.
Bravo.
So moved.
So great.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. I greatly appreciate this. When I started, Judge Barnes, Bob Barnes, was the county judge, and it's been a long journey, but it's surprising how quickly it's gone by. And we've done some remarkable things for the coastal bend together, the county and the city and the River Authority. And when I look at this, I guess I'm going to get it, right?
Yeah.
I haven't voted yet.
When I look at this, I'm going to think of the former county judges and you guys and commissioners, and with a lot of respect in my heart and a lot of memories. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Can I have a motion on this resolution?
Moved in second.
And second, I'm sorry, I didn't quite hear.
No, we were clapping.
And I just wanted to echo just our gratefulness as a county, and there is no more precious commodity than water, and you've spent an entire life protecting it. And I hope that your retirement just means maybe from the River Authority and maybe not from some of these great councils, because we need you so much.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you. And any other further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, same sign. And we will get you a nice copy of that resolution. Thank you so much. Enjoy.
We'll take a
A
picture.
picture? Yes. Yeah, I wish we could just have redone.
Right.
Thank you for your service. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate all your work. Thank you.
We'll let you come slide in right here.
Thank you for all that water.
Keep sending it our way.
Thanks, Tyler. Absolutely. Thumbs up for the 10 o'clock. Don't show this to Judge Neal. He'll think I turned into an Aggie.
Keep my cup on the way out, too.
Thank you.
You can take my cup on the way out. Congratulations. Good luck, everything you do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Commissioners, the next two items, you'll recall that we've actually already approved resolutions for both of them. If you want them to be read, we could ask Tyner to do it. The reason they're brought back to you is they actually have a bill number associated with it. So before, it was a resolution to, propose this legislation. Now it's an actual bill. It has a House Bill number 1300, a Senate Bill 682, and this is a legislation that enhances oyster mariculture on the Texas coast. And what is your pleasure?
I think we just go ahead and vote on it.
Yeah, it is not changed.
As long as they-
Tyner, is that correct?
Right, I can read the now therefore, if you want me.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's take the now therefore.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Nueces County Commissioners Court hereby supports House Bill 1300, Senate Bill 682, and other legislation that enhances oyster mariculture in Texas coastal waters and provides for sustainability, economic expansion, environmental stewardship of the oyster mariculture industry in Texas coastal waters.
This is cool stuff, Judge. I mean, I know
It really is.
Brad was here before, but we don't want to gloss over this, and I don't want to spend a lot of time either because, like I said, I know we've got a long agenda, but this is cool legislation. I guess, is this Hinojosa and Hunter, or who carrying this?
That,
That's correct.
that's correct.
500 is the 1300, and Senate Bill 682 is Hinojosa.
Yes, good stuff, good stuff.
It is, and of course, it means tremendous economic impact, and this is legislation for the audience that falls under the Parks and Wildlife Code, and this will be, oysters were always included, but this is very special. These are cultivated oysters, which means we could have our own Corpus Christi oyster, and that is really, really exciting. So we are really, along with our legislative team, advocating every time we're in Austin for this particular legislation. So do I have a motion? And a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Okay, the next one is in support of House Bill 3126, and I'll let you do the same thing and ask Commissioner Modis to comment.
Did we do 1480, Judge?
I'm sorry, did I miss one?
Yeah,
1480.
80.
I'll read the now therefore.
Sorry, guys.
Now therefore be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County, Texas hereby supports Senate Bill 1480, which proposes legislation limiting the terms of the Nueces County Hospital District Board of Managers.
Judge, I have discussion, but we probably need a motion.
Yeah, let's do the motion first, if you don't mind. Motion?
So moved.
And second.
Judge, just some brief discussion in reading this, and I don't know that there's a norm, but my only concern, I'm 100% for term limits. I'm good for term limits on anything we want to put term limits on. I just don't want it, Usually, well, I say usually, in the term limit situations that I've been involved in, I don't think they were a retroactive type situation. This seems to be retroactive, which would seem to be something that would indicate that we would essentially, by this bill, be kicking people off the board. Now, I know that's not the intent of what we're trying to get to, because we need to do something on that, but I did want to point out that seems to be what this bill would do. And I wouldn't want anything that we do as a commission to look punitive in nature or to look like we're trying to do something to anybody who has served us so well on that hospital district board. So that's just my comment. I don't know what to do with that comment, but that is of concern to me in this bill. Again, I support the concept of term limits, but don't want to just make it to where it looks like we're trying to kick somebody off. I mean,
Duly noted, and my only rebuttal to that is that the reason it's retroactive is because it is the intention to only serve a total of 12 years, and therefore, in this particular instance, if you've served 20 plus years and we give you an additional 12, it really negates the whole concept of term limits if you're there for 32 years. That just happens to be the case here, but I neither believe in vindictiveness or punitive nature. This was the senator's, he thought this was the norm, and it's something that I think that we can remember. These bills have a hearing, and I would encourage us to continue dialogue and feel free to have objection by not voting for it, or if you need to vote with the qualification, and we can discuss it at the senator, with the senator who's carrying this legislation.
well, and I guess that's my question. Laura, do you have any experience with this? Because I know, like, we had this issue come up on a port appointment, that the port passed some term limits, I think, and theirs were not retroactive because we have a current appointment that if it were retroactive would have been termed out. And I'm just trying to figure out what the norm, I don't know what the norm is on this. I just don't want this court to come off appearing to be in any way, shape, or form punitive, because I think it's a couple of them that have done real. I think it's more than one. I think it's maybe two that would be affected by this, but I'm not sure if that's right. Mr.
I think the difference between the board and in the hospital district is that there was a statute for the port. They really tied their hands to that.
Is that what it was? I don't know.
Yes.
I don't. And that was what I was asking.
The statute didn't address that. So,
right, and this was.
It actually said that you weren't counting those years before.
The statute that
in the port
legislature
statute.
passed?
In the water code.
Oh, okay.
This statute is going to be different.
Which was very different to this.
Right, it's going to be different because it's a brand new statute. So.
Brent, I think if we don't put it in there, it's going to defeat the purpose of what we're trying to do.
No, I'm just trying to figure out if there's a way to not look punitive. That's all. I am 100% in support of this concept.
And I agree with that. And I think the way that we are able to explain that to the community is, look, this is not the first time we're having this discussion. We spoke about this last year when Judge Neal was here, and we talked about our frustration or our concern not being able to bring in newer perspectives, because these people that have been putting in 10, 20 years on different boards or committees have done such great work, and we don't want to lose that institutional knowledge. But in the same sense, it's been difficult to find others that want to replace that. So I think this has been a discussion that we've had going on for a while, and so this is not anything new. So I think in that sense it's not. I hope that it's not seen as punitive in any way, because we have been talking about this. And in fact, it kind of just hit me yesterday as I was driving thinking about the agenda. I was driving along the street and I thought, gosh, we've had this discussion before, not only about the hospital district, but there are other appointments that we make that have statutory requirement that we probably should have just made this on a bigger scale, so it doesn't seem we're focusing just on hospital.
And that's what.
But it should have been all the statutory appointments.
Yeah,
we had.
and we're going to try to get. Hopefully, this workshop will get there.
Okay.
I'm sorry that we didn't.
Yeah, no, I mean,
get it.
maybe
Maybe
we
we
could. A good step
could.
forward.
Maybe there's still time to do that with some amendment to some.
You know what? That's a good point.
It is a good, and it's a very good point, Commissioner Matas, because I think if we'd have done exactly what you said, this would have come off looking less like it could look to some, and so maybe we can go back in and look at all that. In fact, I think we ought to look at term limits for commissioners and county judges too. I mean, I'm not saying
Agreed.
and that takes me out at some point, and I'm okay with that. I mean, so that would be good if we could look at something. Yeah, right. If we could look at something like that for all our statutory appointments.
Let's do it.
In addition to this, so that it doesn't appear to be that way. Now, this would not make anyone have to be kicked off, right? They'd get to at least finish their term.
That's correct.
And it's not a lifetime ban. If someone wanted to come back, they could come back for reappointment?
No, they could not do that.
Oh, this is the
Well,
lifetime ban?
it shows that it's 4 full 3 terms. Wait,
No, I'm
4 3-year.
Let's say they...
If they had
I said
already
that wrong.
served the 12
Or
years,
full.
they're not reappointed.
They came reappointed.
Yeah.
So this is a lifetime type situation? Like in city
Well,
council,
if you-
when we have term limits, you have to sit off now for 6 years, and then you can come back if you want to. But I don't know if we ought to ban someone for life. Just
Well, here's the thing. We have 40 boards and commissions. If you've served, I happen to have memorized everybody's tenure on that board. And one person has served 20 plus years. Another person is about to serve their 20th year. Another person's on their 14th year. I mean, there's only one, opportunity. There's only one female on that board. And if you really believe in diversity, you have to practice what you preach. And we thank them for their service, but we move them, we encourage them to apply for another one of our 40 boards. Plus, we're about to embark on my Behavioral Health Quality Outcomes Committee. I would totally welcome them to come on that committee as well, which will be interfacing with the hospital district. I mean, I hear you and I'm sensitive to it, but I'm more sensitive to diversity, more sensitive to looking less homogenous and more reflective of our community. And there's only one way to do that, and to say, we thank you for your 12 years of service, and we ask that other people be given an opportunity.
I think there's more than one way, Judge. I mean, you just don't reappoint the people. I mean, you don't have to go through this exercise to get people off the boards and to put new kinds of faces on. This is one way, certainly, and it makes it easier for us politically, because then we don't have to ask someone to get off. I get this is an easier way for us. I just don't know that a lifetime ban from something is. They did that in San Antonio, and then they changed it. Like
political correctness, we wouldn't do anything. And I just think this is not after 6. If you wait 6 years, I mean, it's a long time for somebody to get reappointed. If they've been there already 18 years, they're going to wait 6 more years and come back. I don't think that's going to happen. But
yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like in San Antonio, they had that lifetime ban on city council people, and then they reversed that because they felt like that was a little too extreme. So I'm for term limits. I don't know that I'm for you serve your 12 years and you can't ever do it again.
New blood to keep coming in and start. We got to give those people another chance that want to serve, in those boards. So I think that there are a lot of people out there that are good. It would be to serve this board with passion and commitment and everything else. So. I don't think there was nothing intent to, whatever. We've got term limits in SPON, we've got term limits at Port, we've got term limits at RTA. So this is just another one that we need to.
I believe all 3 of those would be made consistent by this bill. Having said that,
are those lifetime bans at the other places?
Well, they're typically worded this way: you serve 4 3-year terms. Is that correct? Or maybe the word full is in there. 4 full 3-year terms. That's how they're all worded.
That's what I'm asking is, what do the others do? Are they lifetime bans?
I haven't seen the RTA statute, so I don't know how that wording is.
Well, the RTA director's here. I mean, you said you want to make it consistent. I'm all for, consistent's good, but I mean, forever?
Yeah, that's typically.
And you can never come back again? Okay, I'm holding you to that, because if I find out you're telling me the wrong thing, you're 100% sure.
Well, Jorge's here.
No,
he's a chairman. He should know.
Well, no, I'm just saying if you're...
know what his term limit is.
Okay, I mean, if you're 100% sure, then...
Hey, but let me do this in the interest of, really respecting your thoughts, and that is very simply that for those of you that have never been a part of the legislative process, we start with the bill number. Well, we start with advocacy, and then that's all about getting a number assigned to your bill. It's so early this is where we are. From that, it gets assigned to a committee. From a committee, you'll have a hearing, and so forth. There's a long process, and I'd like to call the question so we can move on. However, I think Commissioner Chesney, I would pledge with you to work with our legislators, particularly the one carrying this bill. We'll go address these concerns. We'll look for consistency. We'll look to see how things are done. And
That's what I'm looking for. If this
Yeah.
is consistent with the RTA.
absolutely, let us get that to you. Let's just call the question,
Call the question.
and then we'll move forward. But you and I will work together on that. Fair enough? All right.
And then what do we need to do going forward to do what John said, which is to look at all our statutory boards and,
Well, that's what I'm hoping your workshop. We were going to.
You tabled it.
no, for the work, yeah.
But I will say that today, even though we've tabled it, I'm going to give you the sheet.
Awesome.
Or I don't know what we're calling it, the Excel spreadsheet.
I appreciate the
All right.
discussion. Thank you.
And so, can I have a motion, please, on?
It's already there.
We have a motion, a second. All right. Then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Okay. Now we're going to move to. Is it 3126, the one that I
Yes,
tried to
that's
call
correct.
earlier? Sorry about that.
Just to remind the court, Commissioner Matas wanted to try and benefit some small communities. The Legislative Council, in their wisdom, said, you know what, let's not limit it by any population. They said any municipality. So that's the way it came out of Legislative Council. I'll read the now therefore. Now therefore, be it that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County hereby supports House Bill 3126, which amends Section 381.004B of the Texas Local Government Code, Community and Economic Development Programs in the county, to include an incorporated municipality.
So move.
And second.
Second.
And Commissioner Modis, I know you're shepherding this. Any discussion before we vote?
Just, we appreciate the Ledge Council giving us this idea. We thought maybe we should have a limit in working with the county attorney's office, and we were looking more at small communities that don't necessarily have an economic development wing that can support local business. But when the Ledge Council came back and looked at it, said, well, let's just include language that makes it countywide, which really will give us an opportunity to we'll hopefully start off with the pilot this year in Precinct 3 and then maybe expand into the entire county. And so any community, any business would be able to apply. So I'm all for that, and I think that's a great idea. And so
Good
I
stuff.
appreciate Representative Hidalgo for putting this forward for us.
Thank you so much. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Thank you. At this time, we'll have public comment. Edward, would you be so kind as to bring me the...
You got one more, Judge.
We got one more, Judge.
No, why is mine not showing that?
7
3430.
canines.
Gosh, it's not on my... It's funny. Look, mine's a different copy. Okay. Sorry about that. I've got an older agenda tricking me up here. 3430 now, House Bill 3430.
This is the first time this has come before the court. Angie Flores was in Commissioner's Court when the court went through the iterations of trying to give a retiring canine to his handlers, and she thought, that she would do something legislatively to fix that to where the county could give the canine directly to the handler. So this is Angie Flores, who works in Representative Hunter's office. This is kind of her pet bill.
No pun intended.
Pet bill.
Come on, I'll be here all week.
Motion.
It's a good time for a little
Do you
humor.
hear the dogs barking on that one?
Oh, gosh.
Okay, I'm going to read, since this is the first time before the court, I'll read this bill, whereas this resolution. Whereas the Nueces County Commissioners Court desires to simplify the transfer of retired county law enforcement canines directly to the current handler or former handler or another current or former law enforcement officer, whereas an opportunity exists in House Bill 3430, which amends the Texas Local Government Code to establish transfer of retired law enforcement canines to their handlers. Whereas House Bill 3430 is being proposed to amend Section 263.159, transfer of retired county law enforcement dog. The Commissioner's Court of a county may transfer a county law enforcement dog that is at the end of the dog's working life otherwise surplus to the needs of the county, the Commissioners Court may transfer a county law enforcement dog described by Section A onto the dog's current or former handler, another current or former law enforcement officer. Now therefore be it resolved that the Commissioners Court of Nueces County hereby supports House Bill 3430, which amends Section 263.159B of the Texas Local Government Code. So the transfer of a retired county law enforcement dog can go directly to the current or former handler or current or former law enforcement officer.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
And motion and second. And all those, any discussion here?
Judge, we had this discussion, I think it was last year, that we had an issue came up that one of our canines here in Nueces County was retiring. We had to go through a strange process in that we had to actually donate as the county, since that canine officer is considered county property, donate that canine to a nonprofit who then would be the conduit to get that dog back to his partner. Well, there's a lot of things that could happen. You know, a dog could be adopted out by accident or whatever. So we had asked last year, even before the session started, to really look at legislation being created to simplify it so that we, at least with this type of property, be able to transfer the dog over easily to his handler or to another law enforcement officer. So it's a feel-good item, but it definitely makes sense in the way that government sometimes is a little strange.
Do we have a second?
Yeah.
Commissioner?
Second. Thank you.
Brent did.
Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, same sign. Thank you.
Good dog. Good dog.
Thank you so much. At this time, I will call the Girl Scouts of the Greater South Texas and recognize Dr. Gloria Scott and company, who I know she'll introduce. Looks like we have Troop 9684. Welcome.
Good morning, Judge and Commissioners.
Good morning.
My name is Michelle Martinez. Excuse me, and I'm the Director of Marketing and Communications with Girl Scouts of Greater South Texas. We are here just to thank you for last month for the proclamation with regards to Girl Scout birthday and our cookie sales. We're a little token of our appreciation. Yesterday we celebrated our 107th birthday with Girl Scouts, remembering that we are Girl Scouts of the USA, representing 2.5 million girls across the nation, across the world, and our council servicing over 17,000 girls in 26 counties. So on behalf of Girl Scouts of Greater South Texas, we thank you for what you do for us and for our girls. We have great leaders. We're making them become empowered women, great leadership organization for girls to be a part of.
Thank you, Michelle. It certainly is.
And Judge, we thank you all. Last month when you gave the proclamation, you had said you would bring your
My sash, I couldn't find it.
But you couldn't find it. So we have acquired for you a new sash.
Oh, how great.
And the pin and the World Association pin. And at your time and behavior, the Girl Scouts of Greater South Texas can be ironed on to it.
That's cool. Wonderful. Thank you. I will wear that lovingly with pride.
So many years.
And then also, thank you all for the cookies that you all bought over the last month. And as in Girl Scouts, we try to look at everything. And we have a cookie that's called Thanks a Lot. And so we have Thanks a Lot cookies for all of you to give to you today. And we have a parent. Come, both of you.
Thank you.
Introduce yourself.
I'm Cindy Ames. My daughter Allison is a 6th grader, and she's been in Girl Scouts since kindergarten.
Thank you.
Thank y'all.
Thank you.
I'm Allison. I've been in Girl Scouts since kindergarten.
That's great.
Thank you for coming.
Congratulations.
Here's Morales, Fund Development Director.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Take a picture, Judge? Or?
Should we? Yeah. Can we? We'll do a picture.
My grandmother.
And I apologize.
Oh, he got one. He's fibbing. Yes, ma'am.
You know what? Thank you. That's a great idea. Take this off.
All right, okay. God almighty.
There you go. Yeah. No, thank you.
can't. I'm sure it's in a box at my mother's.
Thank you, young lady.
Eric, thank you. Appreciate you. Thank you. And Madam County Attorney, I apologize. I realize after public comment, it doesn't escape me that we're not supposed to speak. I beg forgiveness.
Always said is thank you.
Yeah, thank you's okay.
Thank you's okay.
Just as a reminder, public comment is a time where public speaks, but we do not. So again, I apologize for the indiscretion.
It happens all the time, Commissioner.
So sometimes I have a problem reading the writing here, so if somebody will help me, it's initial P. Would it be maybe it's P-R-E, Pruitt? You're on the agenda. Okay, I'll mark it. Okay, but it is Pruitt. Thank you.
All right.
And then we have, is that also Jennifer Oliva? Okay, and that's the agenda. Sharon Sedgwick.
You're in public comment.
I have made a binder for each of you, and this is the Crime Victims Bill of Rights. For any, I can't comment, I don't know that you were aware that there is a Crime Victims Bill of Rights.
Wait till you get on the mic, if you don't mind. Sorry. No. Yeah, because so everybody can hear you.
Good morning. I'm Sharon Sedgwick, and I am a surviving crime victim. In your binders today, you are going to find the Crime Victims Bill of Rights, and I'm quite sure most of you didn't realize there was one. There is. And I'm here today because that Crime Victims Bill of Rights is not being adhered to in Nueces County. We currently have no victim services people in Nueces County. One retired, one had a stroke. This was before the end of the year, and we are now at March the 13th. This is such a black eye on Nueces County and on the DA's office. And there are binders for the DA, since they obviously are not aware that there is a Crime Victims Bill of Rights either. In your binder today on slide 1 of 6, and I will be brief, I do know you have a long meeting ahead of you, but this kind of says the whole thing. It's enforcing victims' rights. The Texas Constitution, Article 1, Bill of Rights, gives the state, through its prosecuting attorney, the right to enforce the rights of crime victims. The person that does that is the Crime Victim Services person. That person is with you. That person is your liaison to the prosecutors. Some of the big ones is the Crime Victims Bill of Rights to be protected. Believe it or not, crime victims need to be protected. Sometimes they have to be protected when they're going to the bathroom in the trial. I had to be protected. To be informed, to know the difference between a hearing and a setting, to know when their hearing is going to be, when their setting is going to be, if there's going to be a hearing or a setting, if anything that is going on with their case, to be heard. As a victim, this is one of the most hard, impactful, gut-wrenching things a victim has to do when they give their victim impact statement to the person who has hurt their family. So to be heard is one of the other major rights. The other one, there's a whole bunch of additional rights about medical care. There are so many forms to fill out. My husband is a very smart guy and has worked with lawyers his whole career, and the crime victims compensation forms are just like any government form. They're difficult to fill out. I've survived my hell. Today. It's, 10 o'clock? So if I get through today, that's another day of survival through my hell. Fallon Wood, she's living the middle of hers right now. She's the mother of Breanne Wood. Can you imagine if your child had been murdered and you were going through the legal process right now in Nueces County and you had absolutely nobody on your side in the DA's office? Can you imagine what it would be like to have to do that without any support, without any help, without any liaison, and just to be not knowing what is happening in your case? It's a crime, no pun intended. It is an assault on Nueces County. I do not want to hear that it is money. I know that there is already money allotted for 2. You need 3. So if you can find the money, maybe the 22 months behind that the DA's office is in some of their cases could help get that money. But I don't know what all you can do to help get this DA's office in order. But I will tell you right now, and I will put everybody on notice, you got about 30 days, and then I'm calling the Attorney General's office. Thank you. If anybody needs an extra binder, I will leave some here. Tanya, can I leave one with you to get to the DA's office?
Sure.
All right. Thank you all very much.
Judge, as we have with other elected officials, it would probably be appropriate, I can't respond to Ms. Sedgwick because it's public comment, but to maybe invite the DA to come and address this at our next meeting to let us know what the situation is on that.
Agreed. Agreed. We actually have some more people for a public comment.
Right, I was just
Right.
saying maybe we should invite him.
I believe they're here.
Okay.
I believe they're here.
I just don't know if we can't entertain in the discussion, so
I
I'm
agree.
suggesting that we do it to where we can entertain or engage in the discussion
Understood.
another time.
Judge recognizes Ms. Fallon Wood. Good morning, Ms. Wood.
My name is Fallon Wood. I'm also a survivor. I'm a victim. My daughter, Brianna Wood. When this first happened, I'm not going to read them, but there are 61 pages of the rights of crime victims for victims in Texas. One is for myself to be notified when my daughter was found. I wasn't. I heard it from Caller Times. Second is the Crime Victims Department. They're supposed to call me, help me, go to trials with me, let me know of court cases. I don't have 1, 2, or 3. I have 7 court cases that I'm trying to keep up with. When Bree was found, I got a letter stating to fill out this crime victim. I had no idea what it was. So I called down there, never got an answer, left several messages, never got nobody called me back. So I finally myself went down there, sat at the DA's office for 30 minutes waiting for somebody from the Crime Victims Department. That was the only time I ever met one of them. No one ever called me to check on me. Nothing. The second time I ever met any of those ladies that work in that department was during Homicide Week. I didn't even know who she was, and she comes up to me. You know, a lot does need help there, unfortunately. I have a lot of family and a lot of friends that have helped me get through it. I don't have time to wait for somebody to call me and let me know about a court date. I do it myself. So it doesn't need help. I also want to let you know that somebody also needs to look into the Attorney General of Texas. They sent me a letter stating what has happened to my daughter wasn't reasonable, necessary, enough for me to be approved for help. So I wrote him back and I asked him what more needed to happen to her. She was shot, both her arms were broke, she was raped, for me to be on medication. Black and white letter denied me because of those reasons. It wasn't necessary. It's not necessary for me to be on anxiety medicine, depression. So, never heard back from them. They didn't reply to my letter. I just wanted to know what more had to happen. I spent over $300 a month just going to doctors, medication, to stay sane. If I'm off this medication, I'm scared what's going to happen to me. I haven't even gone through trials yet. Unfortunately, it's happening to other families. I'm grateful to my family to help me continue on with the help that I need, because the state of Texas hasn't helped me at all. At all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. I would like a copy of that letter, and I will help you. Sheriff can haul me off. I'm in contempt. I'm sorry. Once again, I'm struggling with some names, but I see, is it Miss Rodriguez? Is it Shayna Rodriguez? No, Shane Rodriguez. It's just hard to read. Shara, forgive me. Shara Rodriguez, Matt Manning, and Kathy Mills.
Good morning, Judge Canales, Commissioners. My name is Matt Manning. As you well know, I serve as First Assistant District Attorney in the DA's office, and I want to introduce to everyone Shara Rodriguez, our new Victims Assistance Coordinator. I want to first thank Ms. Sedgwick and Ms. Wood for sharing their truth. We cannot purport to know how difficult it is to have to deal with these traumatic situations, but we can stand in solidarity with them and work indefatigably to make sure that we bring justice to all victims and all survivors. I want to first let the public know that we have to make sure that we don't fall into the trap of letting our perception be pernicious, and I think that's what's happened here. To make it very clear, we do have two victims assistance coordinators, and the situation that we've been in for the last few months has been anomalous. What happened is one retired without any notice and just never returned, and obviously we had to go through the HR process to replace her. And then the other had befall her some significant medical issues, and I don't even know if she'll be able to return. So we readily concede there have been some issues as it relates to that, but that is not standard operating procedure for us at all. In fact, our prosecutors are continuously told that they have to not only communicate to victims and survivors, but make sure that they understand the process, because one of the real difficulties that we have, as you well know, is when you have a process, especially a legal process, for people who are not involved in the process, it can be very difficult to impart on them how the process always works, what's going to happen in every hearing, and we endeavor to do that. But I think sometimes there are some issues lost in translation. Notwithstanding that, the Crime Victims Bill of Rights puts on us an affirmative duty, and one that we gladly shoulder, to tell victims and survivors, here's how the process works, here's our strategy for the case, here's what we're going to do, here's every single step of the case. Just last week I tried a murder, you may have seen it in the news, and the day after I got a text from the victim that said, the surviving victim, that said, Mr. Manning, I want to thank you for all the work that you and your co-counsel did. For 2 years, I communicated with her via text, via call. We went to her home. Everything that we needed to do to make sure that they understood how the process worked, we did. And that's what we do in every case. And where we've missed a phone call, where we've missed an email, we will gladly take responsibility. We don't make excuses in our office. But I don't want the public at large to think in any way that this is something that is dereliction of duty or apathy. Because not only do we care, we are 100% focused on bringing justice to all of our citizens in Nueces County and protecting the citizens of Nueces County. To give you context, I'm the first assistant district attorney, and the last 6 months I've tried 6 murder cases. 6 murder cases, and I have an 8-month-old at home. That's not to say I get a pat on the back. That's to say that is the kind of effort we're putting forth in our office every day. And we have a duty to communicate with the victims. Where we have not done that, we will gladly take the responsibility. But I want everyone to know that not only have we taken the steps to hire a new victims assistance coordinator, but in each and every case we endeavor and put on our prosecutors the charge to make sure that they're communicating with them. And we're very happy to have Shara now on board. She's a venerable member of the crime victims community here in town. She's worked for both the Children's Advocacy Center and recently is coming to us from family counseling. So I'll yield some more of the time to Kathy and to Ms. Rodriguez, but we wanted to let you know clearly and unequivocally we are here, we're fighting for victims, and we will not stop doing so.
Morning, Judge. Good morning, Commissioners. Kathy Mills, Second Assistant District Attorney. My job in the office was created in December, you might recall, and I received that job and began working tirelessly at making sure we were fully staffed, that we had people in the right place. What I did while the victim advocates were out of our office, unexpectedly, I sat down with every single victim that appeared in our office. If somebody showed up with a problem or a question and there was not a prosecutor to address that question, I met with that victim. I filled out crime victim compensation forms. I appealed to the Texas Attorney General, which Shara will address her ability to successfully appeal denials, and so we'll hopefully be able to assist Ms. Wood. But I personally took on that task. Not only do our prosecutors have that obligation to inform victims, but it's our office at large. And so one of the tasks I had was to ensure that the victims who only had Rosa Maria's phone number or cell phone, or not cell phone because she didn't have a cell phone, but her phone number or her email, if they called the office and said, I've been calling and emailing and nobody's gotten back to me, I sat down with them personally and made sure they had that time. And as a former Child Protection Unit prosecutor prosecuting crimes against children, I understand the frustrations, the fears, the family dynamics of what these victims are going through. Above and beyond that, every prosecutor in our office has received training in the past on victim assistance treatment, how to speak with victims, how to inform victims, because our office is unique, and this Commissioner's Court has given us those 2 very special positions. But not every DA's office does not have a victim assistance coordinator. That's something that the community needs to know. We are lucky to have 2 spots to provide services to these victims. It's unfortunate that we've had a break in their service, but the fact is we are fortunate to have those. In other areas, in other DA's office, the crime victim advocate is the DA himself or the prosecutors in the courtroom. So we've defaulted to that for the last couple months. We are ready to proceed. Shara is well qualified, eager, excited to be here. She is going to make sure that all of the victims assistance coordinator's position is fulfilled. She has extraordinary service in the community with crime victims already. She's part of many coalitions, and she will pick up where our previous victim assistance coordinator took off. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shara Rodriguez, and I just wanted to take a kind of a brief second to apologize to these wonderful ladies back here who have been so incredibly strong through this process. I've worked with countless victims between the Children's Advocacy Center to Crime Victim Services at Family Counseling Service, and they're absolutely right. It is a very strong, it's a very horrible position they have to be in, and then there's so many different avenues and people that they meet with between the DA, CCPD, the Purple Door, protective orders, crime victims compensation, and it's just so, in their mindset in those moments, again, I can't pretend to even say how I know how they feel, but through my experience, they're not grasping it. They're not hearing everything people are telling them. They're not seeing those forms and understanding the verbiage that's on it. Crime victims compensation is like an insurance company. I've dealt with them several years now. I know their South Regional Coordinator have his personal cell phone number in my phone. I've met all of their case managers there, and I have gotten several denials because, say, for example, the police report wasn't complete. So they needed a new police report, or there just wasn't enough evidence to substantiate the crime, and we needed to get more information, letters from the detectives, letters from the district attorney. Just this past December, we had a case where she was denied rent and relocation because in the police report it didn't specify enough the actual physical address where the event occurred. It alluded to it, but it didn't specifically state it. So what we ended up doing was getting a letter from the DA, from the detectives, from the mother. I wrote a letter. We ended up getting the new police report. We went ahead and had it all notarized, submitted it. I contacted the regional coordinator in South Texas, got him to get their legal team on board, got it overturned in 2 days, and they got her rent and relocation within a week. And it was right before Christmas. For a single parent of 2 children going through this kind of thing, she was so ecstatic, and that was my Christmas present. So as far as, I hate to see Ms. Woods, going through this, but like you said, I'd love to see her, the letter that was submitted, see what the appeal process is, what information was specifically, missing. To me, I think it was just maybe a lack of the report being not completed, because just based on what she said, the victim was absolutely the victim of a crime, and she was cooperating. So those are the only 2 qualifications to be approved for crime victims compensation. As far as the DA's office, I'm not going to pretend to sit here and tell you guys that I know exactly how it works or exactly what needs to be done. I'm very much a person that likes to get in there, see what's going on now, see what the baseline is, and then kind of get for lack of better terms, get your feet wet, see what it is, and then grow from there. I know the district attorney's office had already reached out to me as early as December, letting me know about this position, letting me know what they wanted, asking for our assistance, asking for, assistance with victims, asking for assistance with crime victims compensation, therapy, which is a huge, huge benefit, I think, for our clients. And then, of course, other resources, the Purple Door, Texas Rio Grande Legal Aid, even getting probation, JJC's probation department involved. There were so many different people trying to help and make sure that these victims had resources available. I even created a resource list that has every single resource in the county that I submitted to the DA's office, that we submitted to other agencies, so people had that available at hand, even if they couldn't specifically take that moment to go over it with clients or with victims. So just before we even got into I even came into this office, I know we've already talked about getting grants, applying for VOCA, applying for different avenues to see what we can get as far as the funds to help victims even more than what's already been done. I know Rosa Maria is amazing, amazing woman. I love her to death. I've known her. I've learned a lot from her just in my experience. I'm hoping I can definitely continue to do her justice, do this position justice, and I hope that at this point I can definitely take this position and run with it and grow it, because she's absolutely right. 2's not enough, 3's not enough. We need a whole department specifically for victims' crimes, for victims' rights, for these people to be able to come there, get the justice that they need, but also get the healing that they need. Because, of course, law enforcement, I love them to death. The courts, I love them to death. But it's not a guarantee. And even if you do see that client or that offender get prosecuted into the system, it still doesn't heal that specific pain, that hole that's in your heart. It's good, it helps, but you still have to go on. You still have to live. You still have to move forward without that person in your life or with that trauma that's happened to you. I'm a full advocate that therapy is the main avenue. Therapy is the justice, because they're the ones, our therapists, like for example, family counseling, they'll be able to get you moving forward so you can heal from this, so you can live with this, so you can become even stronger because of it, regardless of what happens with the judicial side, because law, as black and white as it is, it's also, there's so many different gray areas in it, and it's just so hard to make it what you want it to be. So I'm excited to be here. I'm definitely motivated. I take my job, it's not even a job to me. This is something that I have a passion for. This is something I'll be doing for the rest of my life, and I hope I can do this position justice, and I do apologize again that y'all had to go through that. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, this concludes everyone that I have on my public speaker sign-in sheet, but I would yield to the audience. Is there anyone that did not have the opportunity?
Judge, can I?
If not, I'll close.
Can I sign up? I'd like to make public comment on this issue. If you want me to sign it, I'll sign it.
I do, because it's required.
If you don't mind, I'd like to do that. I can't engage with any of the speakers, but I do have some public comment on that. So, okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Judge, I think it's important to note in some of this, there are several things that have come up in the course of this discussion that are very important. We hear about the HR process. I think it's very important for the public to know, and for the victims to know, and for everyone to know that the HR process is in place, but it is something that can be expedited. The county judge has the ability, if any department head comes forward, to say, we have an emergency situation, we can't live with the freeze, we can't do whatever, that it can be expedited, and the county judge has been given that authority by the court to approve that on her own. And so that's very important to note, that if any elected official gets stuck in a process where they think they have an emergency, and certainly a position like the one that has been discussed today and over the last 2 or 3 months, absolutely would qualify as an emergency, and I know Judge Canales would approve an expedited. I'm not speaking for you, but I know you would, because I know the kind of heart you have. And I think that's important to note. I think it's also important to note for the public that we are all elected officials. Other than the department heads that report to us, we have very little say in what any elected official does in their department as far as any kind of statutory authority over them. We have the budget authority over them, and that's really it. That's not a cop-out. That's not a way out. That is the facts. That is the law in which we operate, and sometimes it's frustrating to me, anyway, that's the way it is, but that is the way it is, and it's important to note that we have a bully pulpit, and this is what this is in some respects, but other than that, there's very little that we can do in regards to that. I believe I can speak for the entire court when I say that those positions that have been discussed are of the utmost importance to this court. That is the reason that there are 2 that have been provided by this court, when many counties has been represented don't have any. If there are more needed, and that needs to be discussed in the budget situation, then I certainly, as one person on this court, am very interested in looking to how we can better serve our victims. And finally, just in the vein again of public comment, and I'm sure there's a good reason, and I'm not trying to pick on anyone. I appreciate the DA's office being represented, but I really wish the DA himself would have been here, because I think the people need to hear from him to reassure them that this is being worked on, and I would hope that maybe at our next meeting or at some point the DA himself would issue a statement on this, because Mr. Manning is very articulate and well spoken, and I'm thrilled that those other folks were here today. He's the man. I mean, he's the elected official, and they just need to hear from him. They just need to hear, hey, we're working on this. We get it. We hear you. We feel your pain, and know that it's sincere, because I think if they heard from him, they would probably get that. So I appreciate the opportunity to make public comment. This is a very troubling issue to many, including myself, and I hope certainly that we are now on a good track and moving in the right direction, because certainly I just can't think of a constituency that we serve that is more important than the ones that we are talking about today, because they have gone through a tragedy and a trauma that none of us hope to ever go through.
Thank you. We do have one more public comment speaker, and I also filled it out myself just so that when you raised the question, I just would like to provide commissioners the answer that in my very first week of office, I did lift that hiring freeze. So I was asked on January 8th, and on that very day for this position, I did lift it. So it was asked and it was answered. Miss Margaret Fratilla is our last public speaker.
Thank you, Judge, for that.
Yes.
On top of it, man.
Good morning, Madam County Judge. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Caroline Van. Good morning, gentlemen. Margaret Fratilla, 3606 Tripoli Drive. I don't know if you would like for me to talk to the public comments. I'm talking about an agenda. You have a C1309018.
Okay.
Can I talk now or can I
No,
talk later?
it would be all right. I will mark it down as C1 and call you at that time, if that's all right,
Yes,
Ms. Mark.
thank you so much. That's what I want your opinion. Thank you.
I have it marked. Okay, we'll now proceed to the consent agenda, Commissioners. A through, give me just one moment to flip my page, A through P. Is there any item that needs to be removed at this time for just further discussion? If not, I'll take a motion to approve.
Excuse me, Judge.
Oh,
Could you
forgive me.
pull item P?
P.
We've got an update on that.
I'll pull item P. In that case, Commissioners, I would ask, if no other item is to be removed from the consent agenda, items A through O. If there's a motion, please. So moved, okay. And a second, motion and a second. Any discussion? The only discussion I have is on item M. I would just like to thank my colleagues left and right and just make comment that this is an item that approves outside agency contracts. We're all given a small amount of money to do good with in our community, and I'm very proud of the variation of both business, health, education, and workforce opportunities that these dollars afford some of these outside agencies, and you can look on M to see the allotments. I know it's not much, but we hope that it is helpful, and I know it is given with a lot of care and thought. So, with that, all those in favor signify by saying aye to approve consent agenda items A through O.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, same sign. Okay. At this time, are we pulling P to discuss, Michael? Okay. Please come. It's authorizing a purchase with Troy's Fence.
Yes, thank you. This is just a formality, really. On October 31st, the court authorized Public Works to work with the Sheriff's Department on bringing back to court a proposal for a security fence. This would be a 6-foot fencing gate with barbed wire that will be constructed in the jail parking lot on LePan Street, just opposite the Sheriff's Office. The purchase in the amount of $29,975 will be paid from the 1901 4500 jail parking lot fencing gate funds. We had an update to the quote, which I'm going to pass out now.
Quote should stay the same. I mean, the amount stayed the same.
Stay the same. Stay the same.
Thanks.
Okay. So the main points on the estimate, the amount remains the same at $29,975, but there was a clause initially that included a 50% deposit, and that clause has been removed. There was also a hold harmless statement, and that has been removed. And so we recommend award to Troy's Fence.
So moved.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion, Commissioners? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Thank you, Michael. Moving on to the regular agenda. At this time, Commissioners, A1, I'm going to ask that we table that because it is not prepared at this time. It was a report from Linebarger. They'll be giving it at our next regular meeting.
May. It'll be May.
Oh, I'm sorry. They'll be giving it at our May meeting. It was just a little premature. Do I have a motion? I have a motion to table. Do I have a second? Motion second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Thank you. Motion carries there. At this time, I'd like to recognize the the Corpus Christi Regional Transportation Authority and ask them to come forward, and we're going to receive a presentation from them, which I believe is their year in review. And Jorge, welcome. Chairman Martinez, welcome.
Good morning. Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Commissioners. My name is Eddie Martinez. I am the current chairman of the RTA right now. First of all, I just want to thank you for allowing us some time to come before you and share the good news of the RTA over the past year. One of the highest priorities the RTA currently has right now is transparency. So with that, we want to be able to communicate and be visible with the activities of the agency over the last year and where we're going, this year and the coming years. Prior to that, I'd love to just introduce my board that's present here. Would you please stand? I've got Scott Harris, who's a county appointee, and I got Ann Bowman, who's a city appointee, and the staff, please. Obviously, we wouldn't be here if the staff didn't do the good work that they currently do now. Your other appointees, Tom Nascala and Dan Leindecker, had previous engagements, so unfortunately couldn't be here. Nonetheless, in lieu of time, I'm going to have our CEO do the presentation, but just again, we appreciate all you do. We understand that you guys are the appointing body for the board and for the agency. We just want to continue on this relationship moving forward, and if you would love to collaborate and speak with us individually, we'd love to kind of work with you and see better things that we can improve for the entire region. With that, I'm going to allow Jorge Cruz-Hayedo come before us and give the presentation.
Welcome.
Judge, Commissioners, what an honor to be before you to present the 2008 year in review for the RTA. We have an 11-member board comprised of 5 city appointees, 3 county appointees, and 2 small city appointees. We have John Bell as our legal counsel, and I've been blessed to be the CEO for the last 4 years. We're all about accountability. We have worked hard within our organization to deliver the message that we are responsive to our stakeholders, we are responsive to our customers. We want to be good stewards financially. Our performance is always balanced within the budget. Paramount to everything we do is to ensure that we have a safe and secure environment, not only for our riders, but our employees and the citizens that we serve here in Nueces County. And we want to cultivate the basic core principle that I tell my employees, do what is right, you'll never get in trouble. Do the right things, do it with the highest level of integrity within the organization. And again, we want to be responsible to our stakeholders. That's why we're here, and I appreciate the time with a busy agenda to present our year in review. To be transparent, we do everything we can to go above and beyond what is required. We do financial reporting using generally accepted accounting principles. We follow the state procurement process. We comply with all our open records requests in a timely manner. We go above and beyond what is required for public notices so that we can go ahead and notify the community of the things that are happening with their RTA. And we've developed a relationship with the media. Not long ago, we didn't have a very good relationship with the media. We've worked hard to reestablish that so that there's trust amongst the media and the RTA. Financial transparency, we've maintained our Standard & Poor's rating of A+. We made revenues of $37.5 million. Approximately 5 of that was from the grants that we received. The rest is primarily sales tax. Our expenses were $35 million, so you can see we had a balanced budget. And we have net assets of nearly $90 million here in the community. We are a capital-intensive organization. We have buses. A bus averages about $550,000 to acquire one. We usually acquire our equipment with federal funds that we receive as part of the FTA, Federal Transit Administration Program, and we operate the system with sales tax. As you can see by the pie chart, most of our expenses are in the salaries and benefits and in the contracted services, which is the orange color and the blue color. So a good 60-65% goes just to operate the system. The rest goes for our maintenance of our facilities and the assets that we have. The orange area, which we call the contracted services, that's what pays for the paratransit services for those individuals that have special needs in the ADA area. So a good portion of our budget goes to provide transportation to those individuals that wouldn't have transportation. We also give back to the community, in particular the county. You'll see the county small cities, and you'll see the Nueces County amount of $79,000. So we give back to the communities for transportation purposes, transit needs, of nearly $250,000 of the sales tax that we receive. Those funds are at the discretion of the small cities and at the discretion of the county on how the money is spent. But so long as it's transit related, we sign off and we have those expenditures. And we're glad to do that as part of our contribution. We give the city, since it's a larger sales tax contributor, a little over $2 million annually, and we anticipate over the next 10 years the city will receive an additional $30 million for their street program. So we do contribute back to help defer or defray some of those costs that the city has for our use of the main arterials in the community. Our impact, our budget's around $35 million. We have a based on Dr. Lee from Texas A&M, an impact of $2.17 for every dollar the RTA spends. So our impact, our footprint on an impact financial basis to the county and our service area is a little over $100 million. So if we didn't have the RTA, we wouldn't have $100 million of economic activity in our area. You'll see that we provide transportation to those that wouldn't have it to do the things that are important to them. Approximately a third of our riders use us to go to school. A third of our riders use us to get to their jobs. And the other third of our riders use us to get to their life functions, going to the doctor, going to HEB, doing the things they need to do in the community. Without us, they wouldn't be able to do that. In particular, the Nueces County, you'll see that we have several routes in the communities that are affected in the Nueces County footprint. You'll see that in the unincorporated areas, we have services that are provided to those people that aren't in a small city. We use Paisano Transportation Services and we use Real Services to provide everyone in Nueces County the ability to get on our system and traverse the RTA's routes that we have. So no matter where you're at in Nueces County, we can go out and reach and bring you to the Corpus Christi or connect to some of the other small cities.
Door to door.
Was that
door to door?
Pretty much. Yes, sir. In the Corpus Christi proper area, you'll see we traverse the community both north and south and east and west. And we are looking at that to ensure that we are providing the riders the transportation services they need. So we're looking at a complete system redesigned over the next year, and we'll be taking to our board, your representatives, suggestions on how to improve the system. We want to ensure that we're getting the people to the right schools, to the right jobs, to the right areas they need to do. So we are revisiting how we provide services in the system. We have a little over 5.3 million riders. Those are connections. That's one person riding the bus, for example, 30, 40 times a month. So we have a significant impact to our community. We operate 380,000 plus hours in a given year. We're pretty good-sized county. We're the third largest transit area in the state of Texas. So the miles we travel are 24+ million miles every year. Our revenues that we collect through the fare box are about $1.7 million. So not a significant footprint on our revenue structure, but let me tell you, you can ride us for 75 cents. That's a bargain. So we will be looking at our rate structure to see if it needs some adjustment. But again, it doesn't make up a large amount, but on the other hand, only takes 75 cents to ride. And our fare recovery is a little less than 6%. Again, I mentioned that everything we do is with a focus on safety and security. We've reduced our transportation-related accidents, but more important, we've also provided the customers at our Staples Street Center and at our stops with visible public safety officers that we contract with to do that work for us. We have constables, we have sheriff's officers, we have CCPD, we've had the Department of Public Safety, CCISD police. So if you're a sworn officer in the state of Texas, come look at us. We'll give you some part-time work to do. One of our most important functions that we do is we're a member of your emergency management team and the city's emergency management team. And our role that we are prepared to deliver upon the request of the county and the city is to provide evacuation services to the community in case of any natural disaster or pending emergency that we may have, whether it be a hurricane or a chemical reaction, whatever the emergency is, we're prepared to deliver emergency services, evacuation plans to the entire county. So we're there. We have plans. We work with the city EOC. We work with the county EOC, and our role is to provide evacuation. And the way that works is y'all declare the order to evacuate. We immediately suspend fares. We immediately pick you up at any one of our bus stops for free. We'll take you to one of our transfer stations, and in the county's case, we'll then deliver you from that transfer station to the Borchard facility for evacuation. We have some plans that we'd like to proceed with. We're waiting for some federal funding. The first is Port Ayers. We've acquired the bank building that was there. We will begin tearing that down in another 6 months or so, awaiting some funding, but we're going to be enlarging the Port Air Station, which is a triangular piece, and moving it further back so that we are off the streets and providing our customers with a safer access to the transfer station.
So it's going further back towards the bank?
To the bank, yeah. We'll basically have a level lot that we can push it back. And I don't know if I have a picture of it. It doesn't really show the footprint well. But it is a larger facility, but more importantly, off the street.
Yeah, it's really close on the street,
Yes,
right
sir.
there.
Yes, sir. The second is our Del Mar College. We've worked with the university, the college, to provide new bus stops at that new Southside campus, and we'll be looking to, when the college is ready to begin enrollment and use of the facility, we'll have 2 bus stops that we've acquired so that we can move it, so that students have better access to that campus. Additionally, we're working with Del Mar and the university to provide better connectivity between all campuses, so that if you take your entry-level math at the West Side and you want to take your lit at Texas A&M, we can get you back and forth. So we're improving the student connectivity as part of this program. We also are expanding our van pool program that provides groups of employees of different entities to be able to pool together. We provide the van, we subsidize the van, they contribute part of the cost, and they're able to get to and from work on a van pool basis. We also help out the community. These are all the different functions that we do. We, without our involvement, for example, some of the Buck Day events wouldn't happen. Some of the beach to bay functions wouldn't happen. So our involvement is an investment in the community so that the community can have these different functions as part of our environment here. We help by providing ADA improvements. By that I mean we do sidewalks, we do curb cuts, we do other amenities that then prevents the city from having to do it or the county having to do it. And we do it because it provides better line of travel to our bus stops that we would like to ensure that it's done. We're an effective transportation system that allows you to do the things here, and we do it with dignity and respect as our goal to ensure that our riders are comfortable in the environment that they have, and we work hard to ensure that our public image is delivered to our customers. Some of the initiatives that we have going as part of our system redesign, we have flex mode, which we're looking to implement. And a real brief synopsis of what that is you have your fixed route, and then you have a way to flex out of that fixed route to pick up riders so that if you don't have the ability easily to get to that bus stop, or it happens to be a little further away, we can flex, go get you, and continue our routes. So that is an area that we're looking at. When we do that, we won't be doing that with a 40-foot bus. We'll be doing it with a smaller bus so that it's like the UPS truck. It's not going to put any more pressure on the streets that the neighborhoods have. We're looking at express mode, and that's just what it is, express. We can get you from point A to point B quicker. Talking about our van pools and how that works. And then obviously our fixed mode, which is our traditional routes, looking at the best way to do that. And there may be some changes to that depending on what the study reflects.
Jorge, so like my issue that I have there at the HHS building in Robstown, so then one of these modes would better be able to serve that
Absolutely.
In the future then.
Mm-hmm.
So Judge, we have an issue there where new building was built off of 44 going into the city of Robstown. Health and Human Services, a lot of high traffic, and so the bus routes aren't really made to get off on a state highway because of the traffic and the speed, and so there wasn't a footprint created because of the size of the building that they have in parking lot, but I guess one of these modes will be able to help them in the future.
The good thing about a fixed route is you can set frequency and you can set the footprint that the majority of people need to get from point A to point B. The bad thing about a fixed route is if there's something unique to that particular rider, it doesn't serve that. But if you combine a fixed route with a flex mode that you can detour more frequently, it then allows you to have greater access to the system, improves our ridership, improves the system effectiveness.
That's great.
So is the cost going to be more for these, the Flex and Express?
Well, hopefully we can keep that neutral by having the fixed route more responsive to the needs so that you're not having to run it every 15 minutes. You can maybe flex it down a little bit so that you're running at 30 minutes with more flexes so that you can get it. And our cost per hour is significant, so the more efficient you are at picking your passengers up, the more effective you're going to be to meeting their needs and keeping your costs stable.
And Commissioners, I expressed interest, and I think we're going to look into it. Nueces County Airport, we have a tremendous investment there, but we have no ability to have a courtesy car. So people get there, and there's no way for them to come into town, thereby discouraging them from using that as an FBO. So I've had just sort of a preliminary discussion, and I hope that they can take it up at one of their future meetings. But it would, pilots call on approach. So the time that pilots call in would allow the time for for the express mode to reach their destination and bring them back to Corpus. This is an excellent opportunity to have a future MOU maybe brought to the Commissioner's Court or interlocal, however you prefer it as a governmental entity. But I'm excited about it because it solves a problem that Mr. Cox has at the airport of having absolutely no vehicle. And, of course, we don't have to provide the vehicle or the insurance, commissioners. So it's a win-win. So it just shows your flexibility, no pun intended, with at least some of my ideas. So I appreciate that, Jorge.
Let me go on. The new look of the RTA, we're going to be right-sizing our fleet. We have historically been focused on our fixed routes, which then dictates that you plan for your peak loads. We're looking at not only the fixed routes with the big buses that we need to have, but we're also looking at the flexes and the alternative modes and right-sizing. So the fleet will begin, and you will begin to start seeing smaller buses versus larger buses. That gives us more flexibility in providing services. It helps the city with their concerns that our buses are a little heavy, but I'll say that there's a lot of vehicles that are a little heavy in Corpus Christi, not just the RTA. But by downsizing and right-sizing, we're going to be able to provide better service to our riders. And you'll see the new logos, because I want people to recognize that it's not the big red and blue bus, but it's still the RTA, and they have new looks to them, and providing the service is going to be a little bit different, but hopefully better for our riders. We'll be having public hearings through this whole process of redesigning our system. And then the neat thing, we've been piloting with Texas A&M Corpus Christi. We have worked with them now for, 18 months to 2 years. We're looking at bringing to Corpus to have on campus an autonomous vehicle to shuttle the students around the campus and their dorms. We'll have an attendant to ensure that everything is working well. It's going to be safe. We're not going to bring it down until it's absolutely 100% certified to be safe. And the school is interested in working with us because they're looking at the schools and gathering the data for robotics and all of the things they do with the engineering classes. So they're looking to gather data from our operation. We're looking at providing the students a way to get around campus without having to bring their cars to the campus. We already have shuttle services from their parking lots into the campus. This will then complement you getting around the campus. We're hoping to do it this year. A lot still has to take place. We still have to justify the cost to our board. The board still needs to approve it. But we are very certain that we will be able to make it work and be able to have autonomous, hopefully by the fall semester at Texas A&M. And it'll be the first university in the state of Texas that has an autonomous vehicle.
Are they EV? Are they electric vehicles?
Yes, they are.
And do you propose to have a supercharger or a charger on campus?
Absolutely. Yeah. And in fact, we're looking at possibly having charging stations also at Del Mar campus on the south side and across the street at the RTA.
That's great because I have a Tesla.
We know that. but
there's not one, and this is unbelievable to me, except for my garage.
There's a big push with the FTA and electrification, so we're looking to take advantage of some of those monies.
Very exciting.
So park it over there and right over here back.
Hey, I could do that. Yeah, I like that.
This is your RTA. It's the citizens' RTA. We work for you guys. We have a board that we're responsive to as staff. I would like to invite you to a ride-along. We'll set a date so that we can invite you all to ride our system so that you can experience the RTA firsthand. And we're ready to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Thank you, Jorge. Ms. Vaughn.
I actually have driven on your system, and it's very effective.
Thank you.
I really like your new looks. Mm-hmm. And particularly this one that looks like a little mini aquarium. That's really cute. But one question that I want to ask you that I used to get asked a lot when I was on the city council, and it was kind of a pet peeve of mine. I would see all these big buses with 2 or 3 people in them. So I really love the idea that you're going smaller. But my question is, why have we always had those big buses? Was it something that y'all had to do? Because it seems like it would have been more effective with smaller. On the roads.
Yeah, the intent was to always have a bus that would meet your peak demand for every route. I'm of the opinion, and I haven't been shown anything other that would change that you still need peak demand for your larger routes. But there's different levels of peak demands. And so a peak demand on a smaller route doesn't necessarily mean I need to buy a 40-foot bus. It means I can maybe look at some other options. So I'm more willing to change the paradigm of the RTA of just thinking big bus, the traditional bus. The industry is changing. We have to be responsive to the needs of the rider, and not all riders need the big bus. So we're looking at the change.
What you're doing. I think it's a great idea. Thank you.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I was just going to ask, are all the vehicles CNG, all the big buses that you have?
In fact, we have gone CNG with all the big buses and with our paratransit buses, which are also the smaller ones. We have found that from a savings perspective and the cost of maintenance, the smaller ones don't need to be CNG, and we'll probably be not doing the smaller ones with CNG, more in line with the diesel. But we are now looking at also bringing some of the smaller buses in with being electric versus diesel. So I want to be sure that we have all the abilities to serve no matter what. As you know, during the Harvey, we lost power, which meant my CNG compressors weren't working. So that told me I still need to maintain some diesel and some electrics.
I just want to say, thank you and the RTA for everything that you guys do for this community. And I think you and I have been working together almost like maybe 7 years already, or 6 years. And I know we don't agree on a lot of things, but we disagree. And but I want to thank you for coming down to the table and at least listening. And we do make changes, because I know that even the students and the seniors pay cheaper prices to ride the buses.
Off-peak hours, you can ride us for a dime.
25 cents from the rural, 25 cents for the rural areas, And, not only that, but I want to thank you because I think we had fixed routes going to Agua Dulce, Banquete, and Bishop, which is a lot of money being spent from the fixed routes. And we finally came down to an agreement. You took away the fixed routes, and now it's a call on demand response, which is a person can call the day before to RTA. RTA sets up the time, they go pick them up at their house, takes them to the movies, take them to the shopping, wherever they want to go, then goes back and picks them up again.
And that's more effective for the RTA because I don't have to have a bus going back and forth without a rider.
So
if that rider calls me and says I'd like to be picked up at 3 in the afternoon, I can send a smaller vehicle to go get you at 3 in the afternoon.
And that was a win-win situation for everybody, and I want to thank you and the board for working with that and taking away those big old buses that were going to Bishop and Banquete and Agua Dulce and all that. They were really picking up anybody, really. So the other one is that I want to thank you also for helping us out during the elections. For the first time, we had a pilot program. I want to thank you because you guys jumped in there and really helped us out by transporting people to the voting polls. And not only that, but advertising it on your billboards. And, so we want to thank you for that. That made a big impact on the community. And there was a lot of advertisement that was done. So thanks to you and the board, for taking it on and helping us out, and I think that we hope we continue doing it because I think it works real well.
Thank you for letting us share our story. If there's anything we can do, we're just right across the street, and
the last thing I
look forward to the ride along with y'all.
Yeah. The last thing I want to do, or I want to ask, again, we talk about flex and flex this and flex that. So I think, we're talking about going from universities and colleges. I still think we need to work on the flex from Bishop to Kingsville, Temu Kingsville. because we have a lot of students that want to go to Kingsville, Temu Kingsville, and just don't have the transportation. And I know we tried this before and it didn't work for whatever reason, but I think we need to go back to the table and say, let's talk about it one more time and see how can we get the transportation from Bishop to Temu Kingsville to take the students over there, or seniors to go see the doctors in Claiborne County, which is only 5 miles away. So I think there's still room there to talk about it. Maybe, we'll get down to the table and see how we can work this out, and probably I won't ask you for a lot more after that, huh? So,
It's quite all right.
and the last one, thank Commissioner Vaughn, thank you, Commissioner Vaughn, and y'all for working on the bus stop at Hector P. Garcia. And I don't know if you mentioned that or not, but you're going to be state. Can you mention that? What the state of the art?
We are putting a super stop at the Hector P. Garcia Clinic. The concrete's been poured. The shelter has been delivered and now being assembled to be put up. They're working on landscape, last I heard. So in the next few weeks, days, we will be
cutting the ribbon
to it. You'll be invited.
And it'll be a state-of-the-art bus stop that Commissioner Vaughn and I kind of very graciously donated a little bit of our money, but anyway, it's going to be a Wi-Fi too. It's going to have a bunch of stuff, so it's going to be like a pilot project.
So if you see Commissioner Gonzalez hanging out with his computer,
Hey, I was going to say, that makes it more sophisticated than my office, so
right? I was just going to.
Sorry about that, Daryl. I know you're here.
Every vehicle we have is Wi-Fi equipped, which, if you think about it from an emergency response perspective, all we have to do is get our buses fueled up, sent out, and we provide Wi-Fi to the community.
Well,
it's
there's
great.
a lot of people looking forward for the bus stop, so
Again, we're here for you guys. Let us know. You're one of our primary stakeholders.
Thank you
I
very much.
appreciate the opportunity
Thank
to
you.
be here. So thank you.
Thank you so much. A photo? Sure. Sure. Absolutely. And then, Scott, you're on deck.
Everything y'all bring is great. Oh, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm doing fine. Scott, 2 times is a charm today. All beans.
Wherever you want. Squeeze in by her.
I've been wearing Girl Scout.
We're waiting on you. Take your time.
No problem. Good to see you. Thank you.
We'll get them autographed.
We tried.
One day you can have a sash
What we got?
That's right.
Hey, this is your honor. Hurry. I was going to leave.
How are you? Good. I'll be real quick.
It looks like a big presentation.
Oh, no. This is simple.
I'm working on that paper.
So now we will turn to receive a presentation from Nueces County Coastal Parks on the newly released GLO Coastal Resiliency Master Plan, and here to talk about it, hi, Scott. Welcome, Scott Cross.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Commissioners, I'll be real brief. The General Land Office has been working for about 3 years with these technical advisory committees that are made up of folks like me and different environmental folks and agency folks in the different regions. You have 4 regions on the Texas coast. And so I've been sitting on the Technical Advisory Committee for about 3 years. We meet once or twice a year to look at what of our resiliency issues on the coast, what of our restoration issues. And so the plan got released, I think, 2 weeks ago. And I wanted to let y'all, you've got a link to the plan itself in your backup documents. Tyler put it up there because the thing is, 200 and some odd pages big. And so there was no way to load it up. I just loaded up the 2 projects that are county specific in the plan that they have selected for Tier 1 projects and Tier 1 funding. And so, but Commissioner Bush is going to be presenting this plan in Austin at the legislative session. And so since it's now public, I wanted to make sure that you guys all knew about it before you have some elected official up there say, hey, what did you know you got a project down there? So there are 2 projects that have been selected. One is the Clayburg property and one is our Packery Channel project. Combined, they both total, where are we at? $3 million. So any questions? It's pretty cut and dry.
Thank you.
No, just keep us posted. It might be a great thing to do to, maybe you and I can go up there when he presents, and, you know, the GLO has the largest presence here on the coast than any other location. Mm-hmm. And, you know, what we do is so special. What you guys get to do every day, it's
And the beauty of this is that, you know, we as y'all well know, we're fortunate to be able to get a lot of grant money and working with foundations and all. But the Clayburg property, which is a big headache for me, and the Packery Channel project has been a success. Well, those aren't revenue generators. So anytime we're getting funding that we can spend on enhancing and managing those 2 projects without, and we've been able to do so as long as I've been here 10 years without, you know, any general fund support. So this is a good thing. And so that's what I look at. That's a commitment I made to the commissioner and the park board, and that is, look, we need to find grants and stuff for those projects that don't generate revenue where we can justify maybe, you know, local funds for those things that do generate revenue.
And do you know when he's going to do those presentations?
No, I do not. I just know that at our last technical advisory committee, David Green, who's his assistant, had mentioned, told the whole group that he's going to be presenting this. I don't know at what point in the legislative session. You know, I don't really keep up with how all that works.
If you
we'll monitor it.
I'd be interested too to
Let's
know
monitor
what
it.
it's going to be. So these are really cool projects, and the really cool thing is it doesn't cost us any money at the county, and I think that really is very makes it like 10 times cooler when it doesn't cost us any money. Yeah. And on that Clayburg property, if you will remember, that was one of the commitments that we made early when we took on this property, that we wouldn't be spending taxpayer dollars down there, and other than the law enforcement presence that we have, that was the only caveat to that, and that really hasn't increased our budget law enforcement wise. We've just been able to use Constable Sherwood, who does such a great job in Port A. He's really patrolled that area very well, and so it is important that we're continuing to live up to that commitment to take that property on, but not spend taxpayer dollars on it. So I appreciate that you've allowed me to continue to keep my word on that, and I appreciate that, Scott. Thank you.
And what I'll do at some future court date, I'll get on the agenda to give you a real overall comprehensive update of what we've done on the Clayburg property, because there's a lot going on down there you need to know about.
Some really neat stuff too. So I think that's a good idea. Not for a while, because these agendas are not today. So anyway, move passage to get you going.
Yeah. Thank you, Scott.
Yeah, this is just presentation. Just wanted y'all to be aware.
And you and I are going to meet later this week, so maybe we can do some identifying of those projects. I do notice there's a habitat land use management plan that, obviously predates my tenure here.
Yes, ma'am.
When we meet this week, maybe you can bring that to me or get it emailed. That way I can be up to speed.
Okay.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you so much for your efficiency here this morning. There's no action needed, Commissioner, so we'll move on to number 4, which is to discuss and consider updating the Nueces County fraud policy. All our policies are being looked at, and this one was brought up for this month's agenda for just updating purposes and general discussion. Would anyone like to make comments?
Oh, I will.
Okay, thank you.
I'm not sure who I'm going to talk to Dale, but somebody.
4-4.
Probably our lawyer, right?
Yeah, this was really important for me, the fraud, because I had a lot of questions, and I think 2011 is when it was last updated. And I think what I want to know is, one thing, do you have a fraud hotline?
No.
For the employees? Don't y'all think that's something important that we should have so it can be reported by employees?
Like I've been trying to have this revised over the last 2 or 3 years when I got here. Because when this was first created, it was back in 2011. It did not even include any hotlines or any reviews for my staff. This was brought together by Commissioner Pusley when he was here, because he wanted a policy, and it was brought through the HR department, which HR has nothing to do with fraud.
Yeah, why would you put it in the HR department?
Because no one else,
get that.
he couldn't find anybody else to work with him to do that. So that's how it works. So
Okay, so Dale, who do you suggest work with? Is it
what
you?
we need to do is we need to create a fraud policy committee that we can have someone to do this, because there has to be a several way to write this policy that has first a hotline, and the hotline most likely would need to be in the county attorney's office.
Yeah, who's going to monitor the hotline would be the big question. And
I think a committee could discuss that.
Yeah.
Now, right now, my staff, when we do internal audits, we review the policy, and we see where there's violations, and we report those.
Dale, who do you suggest that would be, like, I'm certainly going to nominate Commissioner Vaughn for this, but who else what other positions would you think would be well represented?
We would need someone from, of course, the county attorney's office, probably someone from their office, definitely someone from my office, and most likely someone from the Tyner or in that office level, and maybe one or two commissioners that would be able to set. We can't have more than two, but to create a committee that we can look into this and review it annually and determine what needs to be done, because there's a lot needs to be done to the fraud policy. I've read it as you have,
yes,
and there's a lot of stuff missing.
And there's a lot of stuff you have to wonder, have they been done? Yeah.
Brought it from outside it wasn't even a county-related policy. He just brought something in. We didn't have anything, and he created the report. And it sort of works, but there's no hotline. There's no way for people to report there. So there's no way to have someone do it anonymously to report some stuff to whoever it might be. So
this is
definitely
good.
Do have some review, and I've been bringing it up for the last few years to try to get a committee started, and it's never gone anywhere.
Well, I don't mind serving with Commissioner Vaughn and.
Oh no, Judge, you've got so much going on. Are you sure you want to volunteer for that?
Go ahead and pile it on.
Joe.
No. The reason I'm interested is because I think I have access through the Urban Counties Conference. I sit on that policy committee, and to be honest with you, when we look to update policies, the first place that we should turn is not, a new blank piece of paper. You look to best practices. We don't have to reinvent the wheel if other urban counties have already done this. And what's great about urban counties is they also have lawyers that can work with our county attorney. And this is part of the membership that we all pay into, that I really believe in getting our money's worth. Yeah. And so that's why I'm going to be on it, is really only to help facilitate, because I'm on that committee. And
I think that's a good.
Y'all can do the heavy lifting, but I'll get us
else to do. I think that's one. You would do that.
Judge, I would. That's a great suggestion. I would move that we create this committee and put Commissioner Vaughn and Judge Canales and or your designee.
I like that.
Yeah, and or your designee, someone from the auditor's office, from the county attorney's office, and from court administration office. It's a great idea, Commissioner Vaughn.
Trying to make sure this is something we can do on this agenda item, because all it says was considering updating the policy. It didn't consider saying about creating a committee. So maybe this needs to bring to the next agenda where it actually establishes the committee. So make sure from the county.
We're
talking about.
We've heard it, so y'all can get started and we can ratify it, I guess, if we need to. Right? Laura?
That sounds good.
Yeah. Great point.
I think it's a good idea, but I think the question is, so we don't just drop it, who's going to take the lead to make sure this is going to happen?
I'm going to let Lauda create the.
Okay, making sure.
Motion a second.
Actually, you're updating it, so you can say that that's one of the updates. The committee, and these are the members.
Okay.
We can do that today.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll take a motion for that. I think you kind of already have it. Motion and a second. And we've had some discussion, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
And so and again, following up on Commissioner Vaughn's very good question, so will the county attorney call that meeting, or how will?
I think what I'll do is I'll ask Maggie's in the room. Maggie, if we could create an agenda for us to have this committee meeting in our office, and at least we get started.
I do think it's important to note that we did say and/or designee for Judge Canales, so that if she can't be there because she's in Austin, then Maggie can vote for her and do all the stuff she needs to do for her.
I think that's important. And what we'll do is we'll reach out to urban counties. After this meeting, I am going to Austin, so I will reach out to urban counties today on the road. And they have somebody, and it's just fantastic. And really, this is wonderful because this is about modernizing our county. And so really, over time, we should look at all pertinent, or what I would call, policies that need to be looked at. As we look at our boards and commissions, we look at our policy, it's just good practice. And so I think it's very good.
Good job, Commissioner Vaughn.
My internal audit manager, who's a certified fraud examiner,
Oh, who is that?
Elder Fuentes.
Okay, wonderful. Okay. All right. Commissioner Vaughn?
Good job.
We good there?
Yes, thank you.
I'm going to move on to number 5. This is discuss and consider the approval of an engagement letter with Bracewell LLP for representation and consulting relating to ED, special project, public finance, public-private partnerships, etc., real estate, legislative drafting, as requested by Nueces County. Commissioners, I asked this agenda item be placed on, and I'll bring Tyner up for further development. Oh, actually, welcome, Blakely Fernandez from Bracewell. Bracewell is actually currently helping Nueces County in many matters, but as I started to look through policies, again, this discussion of policies and wanting very much for the county to have a public-private policy, that was not within the scope of work for Bracewell, even though they are one of the lead law firms in the country for public finance, and they have helped Nueces County many, many times. It wasn't that which is not given expressly must not be had unless we give authority, and so this is an opportunity. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Any further discussion? Blakely at least just wave so they know. If you have not met Blakely, commissioners, I would encourage you to get her card, or if you'll leave your card with all of the commissioners as we engage into public-private policy discussions. You are a true expert in the field, and I'm grateful for your presence here today. Okay, thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Thank you. The next one, Tyner, also county attorney will be helping to present. This is, you remember at our last meeting, we had authorization to enter into a contract, and now we are discussing and considering adopting an order granting an exemption under the government code, and maybe you can explain why, and for that we'll start with our risk management department. And Timothy?
Judge, before he jumps in, can I just ask a question?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm not sure how this discussion is going to play out, but I do know that there were several suggestions and deficiencies in the contract that our county attorney provided for us, and I certainly would hope that we are going to be addressing those deficiencies in the contract that are, as you pointed out, Judge Canales, we have several contracts that are not favorable to us that we need to be looking at. And this one did not seem to be very favorable to us as put forth by our county attorney. So I would, and that's not, and the reason I'm jumping in is because that's not a Tim question, that's a Laura question, and so I don't want to get him started. But that's really my main concern on this contract today is, and I know that it's a predisposed contract or a prearranged contract, and that if you change the contract, you have to go back to TDI and get approval. But I certainly don't. I think that's a 7 to 10 day process has been articulated to me. I certainly think we do not want to sign this contract as is without going back to TDI, getting it approved, assuming that the balance group, is that if that's who we hire, would accept those changes. If they won't, then I would definitely not support this, because some of those things that Laura pointed out are very non-favorable to us.
And if you'll give them a chance, I think there was a lot of curing that happened yesterday afternoon and discussions back and forth. So
I may address that?
Absolutely.
Okay. The bottom line is any changes, we were under the assumption that if there's no changes, obviously, it can go forward, and it was pre-approved by the commission. But any type of changes, which even at a minimum would still need to be sent to for approval. So with that, having said that, we'd like the opportunity to go ahead and negotiate all those terms as I stated in my attorney-client privilege communication, and then send it to the commission and for approval, and then we can ratify it and put it on the agenda as a ratification. Okay. But we do need to at least for today have an action item in terms of the order of the exemption, which means that it's a professional services contract, and you select this particular company to be the professional entity that the county is going to enter into a contract with.
So you're
And in-
saying that we wait then, go ahead, make a motion that you review it first and.
And send it up, and then, because really, in all honesty, the court can't sign it, or the judge can't sign it until it's approved by the commission.
So move.
So, yeah, what are you saying is the best course today to do?
Today is go ahead and approve the order exempting this contract, and as a professional services contract, then you have that order, as well as selecting this particular company that you're going to enter into a contract, and also give us the authority to go ahead and negotiate those terms as we specify.
So this is to get the ball moving. So we will enter into negotiations as a county, and then simultaneously it'll go to TDI, and then they will make approval.
Got to come back for final approval.
Well, it'll be ratified by us at a subsequent meeting, but this doesn't stop the process since time is of the essence.
But you have and we didn't put this on executive session, so I've got, like, I could do that one generally. I've got another legal question that I can't do as generally, so I don't know how to do that since we don't have it on the agenda, because there's one other legal issue you raised that I don't know how to ask it out here without making it very obvious what your position was and what ours is. So what ours might be, I don't know.
Well, Timothy, why don't you present, see if anything answers his question.
But
Go ahead, Commissioner.
Go ahead.
Can you word it in a way that, let's see if Timothy opens the door.
It doesn't, but he won't. I've already discussed it with him, and it won't. But go ahead. He and I met yesterday, so go ahead. I'll think about it.
Commissioners, ma'am, with the proposal going back to TDI, I just want to make the court aware. Yes, the 7 to 10 days. Realistically, that's 14 days, 2 weeks where we get it back. We have the 10th is the next available court. If we don't not make that time on that, we have to push this all the way back to the 24th next month. And today marks 565 days since hurricane. And we have properties right now. We are upside down on our insurance. And we have properties right now that have not had any repairs done to them as of yet. So it'll be the court's decision to make. We came to the table with the original contract, which you and I discussed late yesterday afternoon. We thought we had some progress for the alternate contract. However, it didn't come to fruition, so we're still faced with the second contract back to TDI, and we're looking to ratify it April 10th or the 24th.
Well, I can assure you that if it's in the county's best interest fiscally, I will call a special commission meeting and we will ratify it. I do not want to have our schedule, hurt our interests. But I want to go through the right process. There's two actions before us. One is to approve the professional services contract. We need to do that. And I don't know if you think, County Attorney Jimenez, should we do that in a bifurcated motion?
Yes.
So let's have a motion just on that one piece. That we approve.
The first action would be.
First action is to approve the professional services contract method.
That is an exemption to the Purchasing Act.
Right. So do I have a motion for that? And do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. And then all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Repeat the motion, I'm sorry.
It's just to approve the method of professional services. In other words, there's either.
This order is basically saying that this is a professional services contract, which is an exemption to the Purchasing Act.
Oh, okay. We're not talking about the meat of the.
No, we're bifurcating it to help.
Okay.
We're bifurcating it. So we have a motion and a second, and again, it is for professional services method of procurement.
Okay.
All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. Okay, the second piece is to authorize the county attorney to enter into negotiations on the contract.
The second item is to select this Public Insurance Adjuster Balance Companies LLC as a professional services contract that you will be entering into.
Okay, do you want to
select it just like you do when you select an engineer? You have to say
Say repeat that. Sorry, I'm just making this.
that
the
you're
second one.
selecting to enter into a contract with the Public Insurance Adjuster Balance Companies LLC.
Now we have to name them.
But this does not bind us to anything because you raised some really good concerns.
Right. No, this is not. We haven't negotiated the terms of the contract.
And let me just repeat that the Texas Department of Insurance has a common form. This is not the concerns that are raised are because, that's what good lawyers do. But it is not like the form has not been approved thousands of times all over Texas. It is the Texas Department of Insurance's form that we are going to be using. It does not raise my eyebrow, except for that I believe the county attorney has the right and should negotiate the best and most favorable terms for the county, and that's what we're going to authorize her to do. But the form is not a strange form. It is a form that's used by all public adjusters. It's been approved by the state legislature to be used for this very, very purpose. And I also didn't let you speak, but your 550 days really bothers me. And we paid, we have a total value in 20 properties of $29,786,487. Our total insured losses to date are $5,552,000. Our total insurance to date recovered is $1.679. So there is a delta, a shortfall of $3.872 million. After 565 days of this community having lived through a Cat 4 hurricane, and with all the money that we have spent in premiums over the past years, it is appalling to me that we have not gotten our due with the 20 buildings that have been identified. And let me remind you that 80% of our buildings were never assessed, which also is a travesty. So Timothy has come to this court, he's come to me personally to ask for assistance, and this is what we need to give. I would ask that we make certain that we know why we're entering into a professional services contract and why we're negotiating, because that there is no more time. There is a time limit to these processes, and we're about up.
Very well. That's correct, ma'am. I can give you two cases, prime examples of where we are having trouble. The fairgrounds is one. Mm-hmm. We all know that's going to cost almost $1 million to repair it. Only thing we've been able to get from the insurance companies is $500,000. Ivy McGee's even with the elevator, we're looking over $1 million to bring that back to pre-hurricane conditions. We've only received $238,000 from the insurance company, and that's still on the table to argue with the insurance company coming up. That's next on his agenda. So this has been a long process. Judge Neal and Elsa Saenz are the ones that would work through this, getting the insurance just the way Judge Neal wanted to run it. However, Judge Canales came up to me and brought this to my attention, asked me to proceed with it, and that's why I bring it before the court.
Can I ask a question? I agree that we have to do something. I think this is a good plan, but Lana, I want to ask you, something that stood out to me was that 10%. Whether we get anything or not, we go to litigation, we get anything, we're going to have to pay them 10%. And so they know they're going to get 10% at least.
Actually,
is that normal?
Actually, the contract would be 10% if we get if he gets something.
That's not what it says. It says whether recovered.
That's what we're going to.
You're going to change if they'll change it. Okay.
And
that's my big deal.
And
it's going to be new money, not the 1.6.
Okay.
And the question that I had too, that I don't, and I'm sorry, I left the advisory. No, I did not. I don't remember seeing the discussion about what happens if we have to end up hiring a lawyer anyway. Because I think the way these contracts are is, if we don't get what we think we should get, then we have to file suit, which I think is a high likelihood here. I mean, there's a big gap, and Judge Canales is right. I think we're going to end up having to file suit. Hopefully I'm wrong, and I will happily say so. But if we do, then they get 10, and then the attorneys will get the same share that they would get also. So it would be 10 plus the attorney's fees, which would be 33, 40. So we could end up giving away 50% of this.
That's right, and half of zero is zero right now. And that is the point. And we will also have the opportunity to negotiate with the law firm to show that there is quantum merit, there is value that has already been established. I would absolutely never enter into an agreement for 40%, which would be a typical contingency fee in this case, because 10% has already been provided. That's really no different than, many other types of agreements that are had. We have not crossed that bridge yet. If we get there, I'll be the first to be on that committee too, because I truly understand that that's a concern, but it's something we can negotiate as well.
And that's a negotiated term that we're going to do, is that it's your sole discretion as to whether or not to litigate or not.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean.
But again, Timothy, you can remind me, what is our time frame? It's August?
Yes, ma'am.
2 years from date of loss.
2 years from
Yeah,
date of loss.
so we are, I mean, I know that,
If I may interject.
Absolutely.
We've already, premiums are coming up again.
Mm-hmm.
And we've already been hit on one of our buildings where they've doubled our deductible in the event that we do receive damage in a storm or act of God. For our deductible is already 2%. Our normal deductible is 1% of the total value of the property. So we already have one building that's been tagged for 2% because the repairs weren't done. In addition to, we still have fairgrounds to get taken care of. We still have Ivy McGee. We still have other facilities out there. That is not including that $5 million the county's already, that's damages, money that the county has spent. So this is a cumulative figure here of what Nueces County right now is in the hole. $5 million. And all we received is 1.6 out of 18 months and 6 days.
Yeah, that's right. And it's and look, I believe in the process. It's taken longer than I would have liked, but here we are. I mean, I've moved as fast as I could. Once I have been, since I took office, trying to find ways to bring hard cash dollars to some of our infrastructure needs. This is an opportunity, and of course, we need to execute.
Yes, ma'am. I'm standing here and I'm listening to the downside, but no one's actually spoke of the upside of this.
Mm-hmm.
What if we do allow balance companies to come in and take a look at all 11 of our insured properties only, and it's $12 million? Well, they get 10% of $12 million, but that's revenue that we didn't have prior to going into this.
Right. Well, and I want them to have skin in the game. That's how I know they're on our side.
Exactly.
And quite frankly, I mean, nobody works for free.
That's correct.
And we want them to get on the job as of yesterday. But obviously, this process, I mean, these are the part of the processes, and they take too long. But the county attorney's office is doing their best to be expedient, and I know that, and they're there to protect us. So I think really we just need to.
So we're looking
move on.
So we're going to be looking for another insurance or what?
Well, property, yeah, I was going to say, don't get me started on that one. That one I could not get on the agenda, but I'd like to brief the commissioners later on that. Our property casualty and windstorm is up for renewal. That's correct.
Thank you.
Any questions?
I don't know if we still need a motion. I'm sorry, commissioners. I need a motion to direct Lauda.
Yeah, you need to select.
We need to select balance companies and direct Lauda to negotiate. So moved, and I need a second. And a second. All those in favor? Absolutely. Public comment? Absolutely. So sorry. And actually, there was a public. Oh no, not on this one though. I need this here. Okay, not that item. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. Okay, please keep us posted. I'm sensitive to the commission meetings. Tim, let us know with time, please, for the courtesy of our fellow commissioners to not create too many meetings for them. But if you need us to create a special meeting for ratification, let us know.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Okay, moving quite along. I've got an interlocal yes.
If we create a special meeting, can we still have the regular meeting and not take off the regular meeting? Because
oh yes, of course.
People get confused sometimes.
You know what? That's a very good point. A special would be in addition to.
Yes.
Thank you for clarification. Okay, we now have a discussion of an interlocal between the city, RTA, the county, and the port on our radio communication systems. Such an important topic. Thank you.
Ma'am. Good morning, Judge and Commissioners. My name is Pat Eldridge. I'm with the Corpus Christi Police Department. Before you today, you have an interlocal cooperation agreement between the City of Corpus Christi, Regional Transportation Authority, Nueces County, and the Port of Corpus Christi for the radio communication system. The original agreement was entered into in 2004 with the Port of Corpus Christi. At the time, in lieu of payment for joining the system, they provided over $500,000 in radio and microwave equipment for the radio system. That agreement expired at the end of December, so we are here before you today with this renewal. Stand by for any questions.
Commissioners?
So what's the agreement, and we're looking at money?
It's an interlocal to add the Port of Corpus Christi.
Correct. They have not paid due to, in lieu of payment, they provided us equipment for the last 14 years. And now they will come on the system with a payment of roughly $30,000 a year.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion?
I'm sorry, I got one question.
Yes.
We all pay the same amount? Is it?
Yes, sir.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you so much. Opposed, same sign. Thank you so much. We appreciate it. Melissa, did you want to address anything? No. Okay. Thank you. Okay. That was a good one, right? We approved other people paying. Can we have any more of those?
Those are easy.
The next one is I added on the agenda, discussing considering creating the Western County Asset Management Advisory Board for purposes of stimulating economic activity in the Western Nueces County, including county facilities, fairgrounds, stadium, and all the facilities and parks out there. I'm certainly willing to add more language. I just needed to create a starter for us. Really, I want to kind of direct a few of my comments both to Commissioner Vaughn and Commissioner Modis, because you guys really represent this area. Asset management, we just heard we have 108 county buildings. It is so hard to kind of get a grasp on what we own, how we value them, what is costing us money in maintenance and operations, what has upward mobility. There's just really no notebook. There's nothing you can go to really provide guidance. And it's very true that the northwest part of our county, like so many other parts of our county, but that one really has a lot of serious dollars invested by Nueces County at the fairgrounds. And yet, we've really just not delved into its asset management. We have a stadium that's, quite frankly, incredibly underutilized, and it hurts a little bit, right? It's a little bit of a sting. And I have some people who have called the office who are willing to, volunteer their time. They would need some direction from you guys. But I think that this is a very good idea. And I would like your thoughts on it and comments, but in particular, they're specifically looking to start with the fairgrounds and the baseball stadium and figure out how we can move from utilization of, 20% to at least, something that we can manage. But it's just dying on the vine.
I think this is a great idea. I was thrilled when I saw this
Okay,
here.
great.
We have a beautiful baseball stadium that is very seldom used, and there's got to be someone else other than the high schools that need that.
Yes, ma'am. And again, I don't have any, it's just discuss and consider. The action item would be saying that we want it, and then my thought was Commissioner Modis, Commissioner Vaughn, and by the way, Commissioner Gunn, all of you, right? We're all in it together. I just direct it to them. This used to be...
I was going to start singing Kumbaya if you wanted to.
Well,
I
know what I mean.
No, I'm with you.
I don't want you to feel left out here, but this is a big part of the gap.
Judge, can I just ask a question?
Yes.
I think it's a great concept. My only question is, would this not be some of the things that would fall under your newly created industrial commission?
Yeah, I would like these guys to be a subcommittee, a board that kind of reports to them so they can have tentacles too. That's a great idea.
I mean, it would seem to me that if we get too segregated,
I agree.
Some of the boards in mine are statutory. There's times I wish we could kind of reel them in. So we're fixing to go through this major overhaul of ours, and I've been already marking up ones that are inactive and so forth. And so I kind of wonder if maybe there should be some sort of consolidation, and this be a part of that industrial commission with some specific direction for it's just a thought, because the more
I just want the commissioners to have some say-so in it.
I'm just throwing it out there.
All I want to know is maybe we can just not use the word board If you want to, we can say committee, and that gives it flexibility. But this is really to defer to you all, but I will give you a list of the folks that have come forward and said, hey, we think we'd like to meet and bring proposals to the commission, but we don't have a mechanism. And again, if we leave it open, then if there's something else in your district that you wanted to address that falls under it, well, then by all means, it could come in there as well.
And Judge, I think that, it seems like it's already been a long time, at least to me. I'm sure it is to you. That you've only been in office 2 months, but yet we're already tackling issues that are in the western part of the county that, some could argue that, as you're out there, you may hear, well, we're forgotten or we're not put as much attention. In reality, that's where a lot of our focus is as a county, and services and investment that we put in. When you talk about tax dollars, there's a disproportionate number of money that we do put out there. But, sometimes the sentiment is, has there been enough emphasis? And I think that this really gets us to that point, to look at all these facilities. Can we manage our money better? Can we bring in more revenue that helps out the general fund overall? So I think that this is an excellent idea, and only 2 months in. It may seem like 2 years for you. We've done a lot, but I think that this is an excellent starting point for us to begin and continue a lot of the conversations that we've had out there, working with our partners that we have in RIDC, RADC, and others in the northwest part of Corpus Christi and the county as well, that are invested in seeing this area really grow and expand the way that we need them to.
And I talk a lot about the inland port. This is where I believe the inland port, fits. And Commissioner Gonzalez, you're right. Bishop and Driscoll should love everything we do here because they're connected to the western. They're just more of the southwestern. And so I see this really as a wonderful opportunity to really start looking hard. And I think that Estrada Hinojosa can help us here too. I think you should utilize very much the financial people that are on when we say asset management, I really mean asset management. We need to know the value, the insured value, the cost of in and out maintenance and operations, and how they're going to, some things are not meant to make money, right? But some things are and are not. And baseball stadium is meant to create revenue. So, can I have a motion to consider, and let's not use the word board, because I think Commissioner Chesney brings up let's use it committee, so they can maybe be a tentacle of the commission.
Yeah, I just think that your industrial commission was a phenomenal idea, and I think anything you can run under them,
I'm with you.
Economic development would be very efficient.
I'm with you, as long as the commissioners can still participate. Okay. Do I have a motion? I think yes, and it just need a second.
Would it be are you wanting it to be a motion that this would be a committee under the industrial commission? Do you want to go that far?
Commissioners, I have to I really meant this for you guys. Is that okay?
I think that makes sense.
I think that makes sense. Okay.
So, and that would be the motion, is to create this as a committee underneath the industrial commission.
The wording for me, I appreciate that.
I don't know who made the motion.
And all those signify by saying aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. Okay. We're tabling number 9 for further review at a workshop. But again, I'll have Tyner distribute to your offices the spreadsheet. He did. Wonderful.
He did. He's on it.
Thank you.
Did you? I didn't get one.
Number 10 is directing staff with the participation and guidance from the auditor, financial advisors, bond counsel, and development of a Nueces County 5-year capital improvement program for the purposes immediate and long-term needs for county infrastructure, roads, including roads and bridges, courthouse stabilization, ADA, HVAC, voting equipment, other infrastructure needs. I put everything in here in the kitchen sink, didn't I? Again, I guess I blame me for your big, thick packet. This is another one of the items, but we've had now several meetings, commissioners, where we've talked CIP. You heard from Estrada Hinojosa. I believe it's now time coming into the budget process. It's just time is flying. I think we absolutely have to move forward with getting guidance from all these people as to how we're going to perform a CIP. To help you with this, it's my intention, I don't know, I think I can promise it maybe in the next 10 days to actually give you a guidance letter from my office. I've been asking different counties how they do it, and I can give you some ideas on what we're thinking. But all this would be is to say, look, I really do want to get Dale's office and bond counsel and Nueces, Estrada, Hinojosa to help me do this CIP, figure out the structure of it. And again, just to remind everybody, it would be a capital improvement plan to set forth a 5-year strategy to figure out what dollars this county needs to do all the things we must do, not want to do. Those are a different list. This is a plan that is absolutely essential. And again, it includes the chillers, that's the HVAC, the elevators, the ADA. Actually, we already bought voting equipment. But
the voting equipment should get a refund on it.
well, we're working on that. We're working on a reimbursement on that for the state.
Also, I think that you put the jail in the fairgrounds.
I should put, let's add that.
Jail in the fairgrounds.
Let me add that. I'll add the jail and the fairgrounds. But roads and bridges are, mainly roads. And when we say roads, we talk associated drainage. So everything would come into the CIP plan. And I've had the pleasure of really enjoying talking to different county judges throughout the state, asking them how they went about it at critical moments in their history. And everybody says, you meet with your money folks, you get your financial advisors, your auditors, and you say, how should we structure this? And I need your guidance today to allow me to start this process and then bring it back to you quickly to say, okay, this is the method that we'll use to do a CIP. But I believe it's in the county's best interest to know what we're facing in the next 5 years. It's just going to be impossible to know how to budget if we don't know what's coming and how to account for it. And that's different than a budget process that looks at one fiscal year. The purpose is looking out 5 years. And Dale, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I would welcome any thoughts or comments. Certainly, I'm asking your team to lend a hand, and that takes time away. But I welcome your thoughts.
Well, this is something we need to consider out, and we'll have to work with several departments to find out what our critical needs are, what would be our costs and benefits to fixing this stuff, what our pros and cons are of how to arrange this. So yeah, we need to determine what is necessary to be done now or in the next 5 years. And once we figure that out, then it's up to myself and our financial advisors and bond counsel to find out how we can structure money to pay for it. So we kind of need to first put together a plan of what we need to know that desperately needs to be fixed or repaired, and then we can try to structure it in a 5-year plan, like a 5-year forecast, trying to find out how to pay for it as efficiently as we can.
Okay. And I do want to prepare the commission that there's money involved in doing a plan. I don't want to hide the ball here. A good plan is done by an outside, group or agency. And so, but I need some guidance so I can go out and start digging how much. I really don't know. I'll be honest with you. I don't have a clue just yet. I wish. But the point is that if you can give me some authority today to direct staff, I can direct staff to help find that out. I can direct Dale to find that out, right? I can direct other departments, including the county judge's office, to start, finding out how and I really would work with Michael in procurement and say, hey, how does this work?
You can do whatever you want, Judge.
I mean,
Judge, let me just tell you, if you need some direction, I think a capital improvement plan is a great idea.
Okay.
And I think, obviously, not knowing exactly what it's going to cost is one of those things that...
Maybe we can't even afford it.
No, I don't think we can. I mean, we have to figure out, what we need to do on this. So I think that's a great concept to bring back to the court with a plan of action.
Thank you. With Open Meetings Act, this is our chance where we get to say things like this. And I like openness. So it's just my way of saying, we've talked about it. I've kind of created a little bit of dialogue, but this is where I really say I need to go, and I want to know how you feel about it.
I want you to go for it.
Okay.
Judge, obviously Public Works is going to be a big part of this, and
Huge.
Juan has, every day he knows more and more as far as what we need. I mean, he may hear from the different commissioners what we would like, which was mentioned, right? What we would like, what we actually need in our precincts, but when we look at just the general upkeep of a lot of these facilities, we just got to kind of get back to the baseline of where we should have been all along. So that's going to take a big chunk of it. But, I'm glad to hear that, that infrastructure needs are very much considered, because that's a big part of our planned growth. As much as we need to talk about maintenance of facilities and being where we should be, but also planning for that future, planning for that 5 years and beyond, because we have so many business corridors that are sparking interest of big companies, and we got to be able to meet those needs and have that infrastructure in place almost before they get here, so that they're ready to drop their facility there rather than wait for us to meet their needs. So I know Juan will help give us that, and really, my experience is give us an unbiased, non-political approach to it, so that, once again, we all have our wants, but what is actually the need out there, I think Juan will be able to really give us that perspective. So
I agree. Juan, I'm probably going to be leaning on you quite a bit for this, because most likely a good CIP is run by an engineering firm, and maybe you can kind of be our in-house project manager for it. But
Judge, maybe that's your direction, instead of you trying to do it, since you've got plenty on your plate. Let Juan take the lead on this.
I really like that.
Good idea. Yeah.
I really like that.
We'll give Juan something else
again,
to do.
5 years is my idea, but a good CIP, can go out 7 years. So they'll guide us on this. But let's aim for 5. 5 is the optimum number. Juan, you and I will have the opportunity to really talk logistics. But isn't that terrible? You're in the back of the room. You're being quiet. And you get nominated. See? Commissioners, I'm going to, I don't know if we need anything further. Lauda, is that correct? Okay, thank you. I'm going to move on.
We'd like that.
We vote? Do we need?
Well, she said, do we need to vote, Lauda?
I don't think we need a motion.
Okay.
Well, if you're going to designate the director of public...
Well, you know what? Okay, could I have a motion to direct Juan Pimentel? Okay.
Second.
A lot of time.
Motion and second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Thank you. Okay.
You got it.
Don't spend any money, Juan. Just tell us how much first.
He's terrible. Okay. We've got a proposal by DNC Fence to furnish and install some gates at Padre Valle RV Park.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
Scott, hi. I'm sorry we made you wait that long.
Oh no, I'm going to be here a lot longer. Yes, ma'am. And these, we got 3 quotes, and so this is one of those things where it falls between 25 and 50, and so I go through purchasing to make sure we got all our ducks in a row, and we bring you back the lowest one. And so this is the lowest quote for these gates. It's being paid for by grant money to control access in and around the park to protect our park and our park vegetation.
So moved.
And
Second.
And motion and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Thank you, Scott. That's great. And we don't currently have the gates there, Scott? No. Okay, so that's the main entrance where it says, no, tell me. Okay, I'm sorry.
No, it's not our main entrance because the park's open 24/7.
Okay.
It's just there are certain areas in the new RV park and the old RV park area where we've got to do traffic control, because if you don't stay on top of these things, people drive all over the dunes, they tear stuff up.
I have a question for you, too, and I know they're expensive, just because I don't want you to take my comment like we need to replace them, but the signage that's there that, we'll talk about what we're doing, is that purple for a reason? No, do those get updated periodically, or?
Yes.
And it's been ordered, Judge.
Okay, thank you so much.
New names on it.
Makes me feel strange when I'm out there.
No, ma'am,
it's been ordered.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, super. All right, moving along. It's a very important month, and it is. We're going to approve Go Blue event, which is National Child Abuse Prevention Month, and we've got some items to authorize and consider. And I believe this might be the item that public comment was moved on. But just so the commissioners know, it's an application with La Palmeta, hold harmless agreement, and also a statement of policy that's being considered. Do you want to address just give us the background?
Good morning. I'm Sal Hernandez, for those who don't know, with the Nueces County Social Services Department, as well as the Child Protective Services Department. And I'm just here to introduce Patricia Pruitt and Jennifer Oliva, who are the chair and secretary for the Nueces County Child Welfare Board, and they're here to elaborate on the item before you.
Great. Thank you. Ladies, thank you for being patient. And
thank you, guys. We're very excited. This year, we're going to be a little bit more proactive with our community. So we decided to step out and use La Palmera Mall.
Thank you.
Because the courthouse has gotten so efficient with the jury. Oh, I'm
Microphone.
used to walking and talking. We decided to reach our community through La Palmera. They have graciously granted us a spot over there by the food court next to the media, and then they gave us the lawn outside to put all of our pinwheels. Jennifer has been working very hard to put this together. This is going to be the biggest Go Blue National Child Abuse and Prevention Month that we've ever had. And this is just the beginning of the things that we want to do with this new board in place. So before I go any further, I would like to introduce Jennifer, because she's worked very hard with all of this.
Thanks so much for having us. In the past, I've been on the board for 3 years, and in the past we have met at the courthouse actually downstairs, and we've set up tables, and it's been the Nueces County Child Welfare Board, and maybe if we can try to get the Children's Advocacy Center, they'll come and set up a table next to us. And it worked. I guess before I was on the board, there was a big turnout because they used to have Monday jurors, and so there would be people that they could reach. That doesn't seem to work anymore. Last year I kind of took this event under my wing, and I tried to get more organizations there, and the feedback I got was that this was a waste of time. Nobody walked by, nobody stopped. The people that did stop were just asking us, how do I get my children back? It wasn't the audience we were trying to reach. It was the audience exactly that we're trying to necessarily help, but not reach for this event. And so this whole year we've been thinking about what we can do better, and we reached out to La Palmera, and they have offered us the space. With that, we have gotten the Nueces Child Welfare Foundation, CASA, Agape Ranch, Children Advocacy Center, CPS, the Heart Gallery, Rainbow Room, Foster Angels, the JJC, World of Children, even the military base has come out with their Fleet and Family Services. All of these organizations, we have a total of 14. We're waiting on one more, maybe 15 organizations that all work to help prevent child abuse that are going to be at this event. And so with that, we're hoping not only, we're going to bring our normal people, but hopefully each of these organizations will bring their normal crowd. And on top of that, we're going to be in the mall next to KRIS, who will give us the publicity for it. So we're hoping to actually make this an event that not only, it's National Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month, but also we actually reach the people that we need to reach and educate the public on ways to stop child abuse. So that's our goal for this event.
And with that said, it's really nice because with the help of Sal guiding us, and I want to say thank you to Madison for making sure that we were in the right lane with this La Palmera Mall. We feel like this is going to be the beginning of something really good that the board can do to be very proactive with the community. And on top of that, we're networking with very, very important people to help educate our community so we can bring that percentage down along with other things. And also with that fairground, we're interested in that too. So thank you again for your time, and we hope and encourage y'all to approve it because this is very, very close to our hearts. Thank you.
You have several contracts. Basically, La Palmera required insurance, and of course there's no fee. And obviously being that we are a governmental entity, we did strike out, we added some language to the harmless agreement, which basically we can't indemnify them as an entity. And so we did put language in there, except as otherwise provided by law. So that covers us, and that's what we use in all our standard contracts. And they're not going to require us to have insurance, and obviously there's no fee as well. And from my understanding from the board chair, the representative for La Palmera has agreed to those changes. So we ask that you approve those contracts.
You have a motion?
I moved.
And a motion and second, and any further discussion?
If you can, I know that there's a lot of events in April. If you, through Sal, can keep us updated on what is going on, and I know this is a day-wide event, so if there's a particular time you want us there on the 1st, if you can just let us know so we can be there to show our support and participate. This is an important issue for me, spending 15 years with CPS. You know, I saw and lived it, and of course Judge Chesney, when he was judge, you know, went through that for many years, and so I want to show my support. It's my way connecting back with DFPS and, of course, with advocating for our children and bringing awareness to such an important month.
Well, we are very excited about that. We will be there from 11 to 7, and it would be really nice to be there during the lunchtime when the media is there, so we can visit with them anytime between that time that you have time would be an asset to us. So we would really like that for y'all to be there because we get excited when you.
And if you bring us, if you have anything, you know, blue ribbons, since we're not going to be at the courthouse anymore, let us show our support by going blue for you in April, and I can lead that charge.
We're excited.
Okay.
Sal, where are you? He made lanyards for us.
Oh,
and
great.
It said Save a Child, and it has the 1-800 number, and it has the website. So this is a gift that's going to keep on giving wherever you wear it. If someone's not educated on how to reach somebody, if they have any type of issues, it's going to be around all of our necks. So we're going to make sure all of you get one as well.
Okay, thank you all so much for taking the time. So we've had discussion. Can all those in favor signify by saying aye? Aye. Pose same sign. Okay. Ladies, thank you again for your good work.
This falls on a Monday, right?
This on a Monday. Okay, great. And now we're going to move back to Scott on grants, and you've got one regarding.
Yes, ma'am. I got the next two.
Okay.
Okay, so this first one is about 2 weeks ago I came across the Federal Economic Development Administration. They have a disaster supplement that you can apply for that would actually help us recover 80% of our recovery costs to reestablish the I.B. McGee RV Park. And so
awesome.
I am wanting to get y'all's approval on this regarding the 20% match that we would be on the hook for. We've got that more than covered under Precinct 4 funds that Commissioner Chessie has made available, plus what we've been notified as our award with FEMA, plus the Rebuild Texas Fund grant that I got. So we've got our match well covered. And what they're doing with this program is they want you to build resiliency into your project. So in other words, I guess to simplify it, instead of doing a hot mix road, you go back with a concrete road. They know it costs more, but they know that it's bulletproof, so the next time a storm comes around, you know, you're good to go. So I've even factored this out, working with the project construction consultant that we've hired for our stuff out there. We've even factored it out with all those resiliency improvements in there, and even if we went up to the $6.3 million that we would be looking at total project costs, we still have our match with what we have, with them covering 80%. So I'm recommending that you guys approve me finishing this application.
Okay, and
So moved.
I've got a motion. Got a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Post same sign. Thank you, Scott. Keep us posted.
Okay.
How about the next one?
The next one is a simple Basin Estuaries Program grant. Usually when we apply, we get notification of the award. We bring that before you to approve the award. Then we bring the contract. Somehow or another, we didn't get the notification last October that we got awarded this money, and so this is to do a pollinator demonstration area out there at Padre Bayi. Simple project, is there's no match, 100% funding. It's a spend and reimburse kind of thing.
Yeah. Keep bringing us those. Those are awesome.
So moved.
And I need a second. And I've got a second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, great.
Thank you.
You are a grant machine. Thank you. We are now going to move to purchasing, and there are several. I know it's late, but we really are getting through here. This is some of the most important things that we have on the agenda. Michael, Ms. Vaughn sat on the committee. Could I take us out of order until she comes back? I'm sorry. Why don't you go to number 2? I might have somebody on number 2 as a... Do I have any public comment left on... No. on C3. Okay, it is, but, okay, this is the award for the sale of 430 North Allister.
Judge, I need to go in executive session on that one.
All right, sorry. Number 3, hangar number 1.
Okay, on
And she's back, but go ahead, let's do hangar number 1.
do hangar number 1, then we'll come back to the first item. Okay, this item is for the lease of the hangar number 1 out at the county airport, termed County Williams Hangar. A bid opening was conducted on February 22nd. We received only one bidder, and we recommend award to Shores Ag Air Incorporated in the amount of $825 per month.
How much?
$825?
The minimum amount bid on this was at $800, and they bid $825.
Do I have a motion?
So moved. Yeah, is that well, I see frowns over there with Brent.
I'm sorry?
It's number 3.
You like the price? So moved.
It's on 3.
Carolyn, I took us out of order just to get you.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
No problem. I just want you to know why we're on 3. Okay, so I've got a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, and motion a second. Any further discussion? And of course, it did meet the minimum, Michael, so
Yes.
you're satisfied.
Yes.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, same sign. Okay, so now, Carolyn, we tabled number 2 to go into executive, and we just did 3. We didn't table it, so sorry, you're right. We just referred to executive. So we're going to go back to number 1, and if you'd make a presentation, Michael, on RFP number 3090-18, sale of the old courthouse.
Okay, this was brought up last time on February 25th and tabled back to today. Do any of y'all need to get copies of the score sheets again?
I don't think so. Commissioners, does
Passed them out
anyone?
last time.
Okay, thank you for asking.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So I'll go back through this again just to bring everybody up on it again. The evaluation committee met to review the one proposal that we received from the Ed Rochelle Foundation. That proposal was for demolition of the old courthouse. The minimum purchase price for the property requested in the RFP was $1,075,000. At this point, I'll bring up that per the local government code 263007 regarding sale or lease of real property through sealed bid procedure, before the property under this section can be sold, we had to get an appraisal and determine a minimum amount bid on the appraisal. So that minimum was $1,075,000. The minimum amount is the fair market value of the land without regard to demolition cost. The bid that we received was below that amount. In addition, as you're aware, there's a matching grant that was provided by the Texas Historical Commission for renovation of the exterior of the south wing of the building in the amount of $1.9 million. That would have to be addressed if the building is to be demolished. The resulting score of the proposal we had gone over last week, and based on the fact that the purchase price was below the amount and that the offer included demolition of the building, which was not the intent of the bid when we put it out. For those reasons, the evaluation committee recommended to reject all bids.
Okay, at this time, we have commissioners' comments, and then commissioners, don't forget, we also have public comments.
I actually have a technical question.
Okay.
Laura, since we don't know if the senator is going to do anything with this or not at this point,
Yeah, we don't know.
so isn't this discussion on this bid kind of, I hate to say moot, but moot, because if he's not going to file a bill, then we really don't even have a discussion. If he's going to file a bill, then I just don't know where we are. Does anybody know where we are on that?
The bid was bid out, letting all bidders know that, or proposers out there know that there was a historical easement, and there was no indication by that bid documents that we were going to get legislation or anything like that.
But wasn't this bid contingent upon the easement being removed?
Yes, their proposal was
Their
contingent.
proposal.
Yes, but not our documents.
Right.
But I think the senator did submit a bill to remove it. He submitted a bill.
No, he did not. He did not. But the action today is that we need to finish the RFP process because it's constraining us from really having any other further discussions at all.
Right.
And we need
We're not
to
at
finish
liberty-
this one.
Committee members are not at liberty to have any discussion.
Right, they're not. They
Arrive
can't.
at a reject all bids or some other decision.
So today, action is to actually finish the RFP process.
So that provides us what? Some opportunity for people to go have other discussions?
Correct.
I'm just technically trying to figure this out. I'm not trying to get into the meat of the discussion.
That's correct.
So we have to...
We can go back and have either way, if the bill was filed and...
The recommendation right now is that from purchasing and the committee, well, actually, from the committee is to reject all bids. The court now has to take that into consideration and take action on that. Once you take action on that, and if you say, yeah, let's reject all bids, then you can have discussion on what to do next.
Discussion with
Anybody.
the person who bid, anybody that out there in the world today. Like, we could go back and have discussions with this bidder if we wanted to, or with the person in Dallas who wants to potentially restore it. We can do anything.
Well, the problem with that is that if you're going to bid it out again,
I don't know.
And those people are going to be actually submitting a proposal, they may get disqualified because they may, you may be getting information from them that will kind of contribute to any decision in the future. So you kind of have to be careful with that.
That's what I'm asking before we get into this. So what is
So the question is going to be is whether or not you're going to bid it out again and how you're going to bid it out. Are you going to want it demolished or do you want to get it upgraded and rehabilitated?
But we can't discuss that until we say we reject all bids.
Correct.
So I would like to make a motion to reject all bids.
But if we reject all bids,
Second.
then we could disqualify this bidder if we go get
You know,
information from
and I'm gonna say that I'm not sure. I mean, you're allowed under the government code, I believe, to enter into any real estate transaction that we want to. It's if we go into an RFP process that there comes with a conflict. We can decide to sell to a private individual.
If you were going through another method of procurement.
That's correct.
Under the real estate agent method of procurement.
Exactly. Under professional
You
services.
didn't go that way. You went with a sealed bid.
Correct.
So then caution us on if we reject this bid, which seems to be what we're heading towards, what we can and can't do in regards to anyone else out there that we want to talk to, including this bidder, if someone decides they want to go talk to them or anybody else. I'm just trying to make sure we don't disqualify someone by accident or.
If you change the method of procurement, and if you go the real estate route, then basically there can be discussion with the individual people that are submitting a bid, but you're going through a real estate agent. You're getting information through that.
If we list it, we're okay, if that's what we decide to do. If we said to list it, we'd be okay, but if we go back through this same process down the road,
that's where you have to be careful.
potentially this person could be disqualified.
Right, because they're going to bid again, hopefully, or we're trying to get everybody to bid on it.
But again, the action.
Do another sealed bid, we're trying to say.
Right. Why don't let's tackle one thing at a time.
Right.
The item that's before us is the committee has, and Michael, your
The evaluation committee.
evaluation committee is to reject all bids. We have a motion, a second. Let me stop you here, go back into the process, and ask that public comment be given at this time if there's any, and I see quite a few people. So I'd like to recognize Ms. Sharon Fleming at this time. I happen to know her name because she was with us last night at the Texas Historical Commission. I'm not clairvoyant here, so.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Sharon Fleming. I'm a preservation architect on staff with the Texas Historical Commission. I thank you for the opportunity to talk to you this morning and spend a little time. Yes. Thank you, Anita. And I'd also like to thank the sheriff because I did come into the meeting a little late last night. And I want to thank Anita Eisenhower with the Nueces County Historical Commission. Their group is very supportive of this effort, and particularly Anita has been involved with efforts to preserve the courthouse, I believe, since 1975, so a very, very long time. So there's several things that I want to mention to you, and the first is that the Historical Commission has an extraordinary commitment to the preservation of historic courthouses. Over 20 years ago, the THC developed a program to incentivize counties to undertake necessary preservation work. Courthouses throughout the state were endangered and had damage, and it was important that they receive some financial support in the form of grant funding from the state of Texas. So under Governor George Bush, a courthouse preservation grant program was created, and it's been heralded as one of the most successful preservation programs in the country. To date, we've awarded over $300 million to Texas counties, and we've restored 70 historic courthouses. This is one of those courthouses, the most recently rededicated courthouse in Karnes County. And we have Dr. Barbara Welder here, who was involved with that project. It was 14 years from start to finish. So these projects can take a very long time. But what's important about them is that courthouses are the heart and soul of many communities, particularly small communities. And these are places that matter. And in your community, I know that this courthouse matters as well. Before I go any further, I'd like to recognize one of the commissioners from the Texas Historical Commission, Monica Burdett. And Monica?
Welcome.
She is here in solidarity with your efforts to preserve this courthouse. She's one of two commissioners from South Texas that sits on our commission, and she is one of 5 commissioners on the Architecture Subcommittee. Another one of the commissioners on the Architecture Subcommittee is Laurie Limbacher, an architect from Austin who was very involved with the earlier exterior restoration phase for your courthouse. So we have some commissioners with very specific interest in your project. So your courthouse at this point in time is being considered for private development, and so I know that the dollars matter there as well. And so 4 years ago, I met with another commissioner's court and another county judge, and I was very excited to announce that we have financial incentives for the preservation of historic buildings that never existed previously. And I told Judge Neal that it finally was the best time and the best opportunity for there to be rehabilitation of this courthouse. Because under the Texas legislature in 2013, a new program was created called a State Historic Preservation Tax Credit. And it parallels a federal historic preservation tax credit. I've given you information on those two programs. The State Historic Preservation Tax Credit didn't exist previously, and what it does is it incentivizes redevelopment of private property and provides a 25% tax credit on business franchise taxes. When was that one? That program was established in 2013, and actually I had the privilege as the division director for the Division of Architecture to lead the development and the implementation of that program. Over the 3 years that program has been active, 2015, 16, 17, and 18, I guess that's 4 years, we've approved applications for 400 projects equaling over $2.7 billion in total construction costs. We've approved 146 projects representing $1.2 billion in construction costs. Our state historic preservation tax credit now is one of the most recognized tax credit programs in the country. And I've given you some examples of the projects that have been recently completed. The projects like the Fredonia Hotel in Nacogdoches, which had been closed since 1985. The Hotel Settles in Big Spring, which was vacant for 30 years. You can see there that was a $30 million project, and between the state and the federal historic preservation tax credits, there was over $10 million contributed just through those two programs. In Dallas, the Central Library, which was vacant since 1982, has now been rehabilitated and is being used by the Dallas Morning News. So my point here is that there are projects which for many, many years were impossible to undertake from a financial standpoint, but now, just now, the state tax credit combined with the federal tax credit, which offers another 20% of the total project cost as an income tax credit, those are making these kinds of projects happen. So the interest that you had from the developer in the last year or so, we know that there is further interest in this project. During the proposal period that was just undertaken, we were contacted by at least 3 developers who wanted to submit. I think there were some barriers and some constraints, perhaps, that prevented them from submitting a proposal in the end. And so what we are proposing with your support is the feasibility study that I've given you, either last night or just now, was created by the Texas Historical Commission at the request of the Commissioner's Court in 2015. And that feasibility study looks at the project and put together a schematic design proposal for redevelopment of the courthouse as 50 to 60 market rate luxury apartments. And the costs were given for that project. It was envisioned as about a $53 million project. And then the various funding streams that would be available for that project were laid out in the feasibility study. We would like to update that feasibility study for you, and I have the support of our executive director to do this. And we'd like to change the outcome, and we'd consider public sector use if that's an actual opportunity. But in as much as a hotel redevelopment use looks like the most viable, we'd like to undertake a pro forma for that and update the cost estimate and provide that to you. And we believe that we can do that within a very short period of time. I spoke with Emily Kohler in our office. She said it would be about 6 weeks to establish the constraints and another 1 to 3 months for workshops and stakeholder meetings, that she expected that we could have that report by May or June. So I think that it's very important that you learn a little bit about the historic preservation tax credits, because they are such powerful tools and such important financial incentives. And for example, right here in Corpus Christi, the 600 Leopard Street building is now a participant in that program. There's some other things even beyond when I thought that the best conditions existed 3 years ago for this project. We need to add a few more opportunities, which are the Opportunity Zone potential and Hurricane Harvey grant funding. So we're administering $12.3 million from the National Park Service that will be directed toward historic preservation projects in the counties damaged by Hurricane Harvey. So we just keep seeing these different financial incentives, one after the other after the other. So I feel like the stars are really aligned and that it's finally time for this project. We want to help you undertake this project because we believe that historic preservation has an extraordinary economic impact. And I shared a study that we put together in 2015 called the Economic Impact of Historic Preservation in Texas. And it shows for every dollar that is spent in a state or federal grant that $4 to $5 is in local investment occurs. So I think that the county can be a leader, that Corpus Christi is poised to really begin to recognize and value its historic resources and see the same kind of revitalization that we've seen in small towns in Texas, that we're beginning to see with the tax credits in San Antonio and Dallas and Houston. So I just offer our support and our help in any way we can.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I did have the opportunity, Commissioners, along with Commissioner Vaughn last night, to attend the meeting of the Historical Commission, and we also heard the identical presentation. But I think that it's really an amazing gift that you are giving to any future developer, because the feasibility study is what they would want to have done themselves. Mm-hmm. And some of the references that you poised last night or put forth were people in the community of historic rehabilitation that are kind of renowned. So when we talk about some of those folks like Mr. Sparks, that his integrity, his reputation, is obviously of the highest caliber. So we're very excited about, at least I am, to be able to add that to our toolbox. Mm-hmm. Because we need every incentive, we need every layer to this cake in order to make it work. I also want to recognize Alyssa Barrera Mason with the Downtown Management District. She has been working also on her own sort of feasibility study from a developer's point of view to offer the committee. The evaluation committee was put forth to actually evaluate, but I might throw this for, consideration, throw this notion out that maybe your committee stays together. It stays together to keep receiving information. If you don't mind, you have structure already, and you have the ability to work with a time frame that is within 8 weeks. It sounds like May, you said June, 8 to 10 weeks, where you could really have something that, and again, I'm going to emphasize this, at no cost to the county. At the no cost part is the part that we all like so very much. So anyway, today it's part of your public comment, but we might consider that as an action item later, is to keep that committee together, even though after we move on our action item that there's no more need for the evaluation. Lauda, how do you see it?
Just to let you know, basically the order that delegates the authority to evaluate proposals, mm-hmm. That's what they would be doing as the evaluation committee, not the committee that you're referring to. Right.
We would that's what I'm saying, keep the same team members, but not the same name. It would have a different scope. And Ms. Eisenhower, did you want to
ask her some questions?
Of course, of course.
No, but let me, Ms. Williams, thank you very much for coming. We really appreciate it. And the reason I was asking about the 2013 program, so that there's been 4 years, and for us, there's been a lifetime with this courthouse. Okay, this community is. I think it's pretty divided over this issue. I think there are certainly those who I think everybody would love for it to be restored. It's phenomenal, but I think there are many, many people that are just don't believe it's ever going to get done. And I hear from those folks a lot, because what they want is something to get done. If it's going to get restored, get it restored. If it's not, then we need to move forward. And that's where I don't want to be a member of a commissioner's court that appears to be inactive and appears to not be willing to deal head on with this issue. And we were all on cloud nine last year, or whenever it was, when we thought we had a situation in hand. We wrote about it. I did. We went out. we all, and then we all end up with egg on our face. And that's surely not the reason I'm here. But the reason I'm trying to figure this out is I met with Anita yesterday. I am truly lost on this. I don't know what to do. This program's been in place since 2013. It's been inactive for 4 years. So in that 4-year period of time, we've had no one come forward of legitimacy and offer us a solution on our, now what they say is a $50 million restoration of this courthouse. And I get you have a job, and your job is to preserve at all cost. that's not necessarily my job. My job is to kind of figure out how to move this community forward in the best way possible, and I'm truly not sure what the best way possible on this is. We as a court last year, before Judge Canals was here, made a determination to go on 2 tracks, to work with Senator Hinojosa on legislation that was represented to us. He was willing to file if we could have it in our back pocket, we could. Didn't mean we're going to use it, but as we have it, or to try to get somebody to come forward legitimately and restore it. We thought we had one. We heard rumors there might be one this time around. Legitimate person from Dallas, from what we understand, like real legitimate. That person didn't put in an offer. So what makes it different, even since this 2013 program has been put in place, that this community can hang its hat on, that we really can, as you said, the stars are aligned? Because nobody sees it that's not right. A lot of people don't see it that way. Okay, they don't see that the stars are aligned. They see that it's more great talk and there's more programs, but still nobody's got any money to come forward and do this. What do we do? I mean, how do we, I know that's a real long-winded, ambiguous question, but that's how I feel about this. I don't know what to do.
And I'd like to address a couple aspects of that, because there has been a period where the tax credit program has created a great deal of interest and participation in the new financial incentives that are available, and all these projects are now being undertaken, and some are under construction, etc. And for much of that time, Nueces County had a contract or an option period with that single developer. So the door wasn't open to anyone during that period because you had a tentative commitment. So that's why, and that was the bulk of this, I believe, 4-year period or close to it. It was a very large
with this last one that we had?
Time, and well, it was followed by, I'm talking about the option period that the Ohio developer had on the project, where they solely had the opportunity to be investigating and pursuing their project. This is their project.
It wasn't 4 years. It was.
Oh no, it wasn't 4 years.
So
it was over a year.
When was it awarded, and when did we cancel it? That would be the period of time. So, okay. I
Canceled in August.
Right, I knew we canceled in August, and does anybody remember when we awarded it?
Like in February of last year, wasn't it?
It wasn't.
A year and a half.
I don't think it was even a year.
It was.
Well, let me just say, it might have been done that, but there was over 3 years ago, that particular contractor contacted, and I know because I was a port commissioner, and they came to us to talk about the TxDOT easements and the reversionary easements. So from start to finish, it was about 3 years.
They didn't have an exclusive right for
no,
anywhere
that's
near
correct.
3 years. It was less than a year, I believe, that from the point in which we awarded it and then canceled. So I just want to make sure we're talking about the same person, because it wasn't that long. And nobody else had come forward before, and no one's come forward after.
So you had, following that opportunity that developer was investigating for the project, you had only a very short period after August when the RFP was issued, which I believe was issued in October, and then it was extended. The initial period was December 18th, I think, and then it was extended to February 19th. So, that unfortunately is it's not that very short period from October to February, just isn't really enough time for a developer. Because it's a very complicated project, not only evaluating the condition of the building, but also looking at the amount of square footage available. We know that there's 14,500 square feet of space available for commercial use, for example. But I'm not sure if the reports that we've prepared, for example, how much of that was available. And these developers then have to put together their funding stacks and get commitments from the various investors. So that is a long process, and I don't think for the time that was allotted for that, which was just a few months, I think you saw that your process fell short because they needed more time.
But you understand, nobody told us that. When they told us they needed more time, we gave them more time, and that seemed to be okay. So nobody said to us, extend again, because I guarantee I'd have voted to extend again if someone legitimate would have come forward, but nobody said to us they needed more time to extend past February. So you're giving me information that I'm not aware of at all, so can you tell me specifically, like, who those people were? Because if we'd have known that, I mean, if someone would have come and told me that, I think any of us would have extended
The
it.
feedback we were getting is that because there was an RFP, they were prohibited from having dialogue with the county about the project during that period.
Well, but that's different than what you're saying. I thought what you're saying was we didn't give it enough time. We could have given them another couple of months if they wanted to be involved in the RFP, right?
They could have contacted the purchasing agent.
And nobody contacted
Through
us.
the purchasing agent, they would have issued an addendum which extends the period.
Yeah.
Yeah, nobody contacted us. So if you've got someone that said they're contacting us, you need to let us know this, because you're putting something on the table that's very significant, and I'm very serious about this. If people were interested and they didn't contact us, or they tried to and weren't able to, then someone needs to be called on the carpet, because to my knowledge, there was nobody else that contacted us during this RFP process to say, hey, wait, we need more time. Not one person. Not one person. So if you know of anyone, then you need to report that, because that's a serious
I think they've
thing.
already been in communication.
With who? Who? Somebody. We're out in the.
Let me interrupt here by just saying that you've asked what was new, and what's new is that in the time frame between the RFP and today, I think what's new and what is different that can be offered to this community that I heard last night, and what I also know, is that the Downtown Management District is actively pursuing a new course of action in order to provide, you can call it a study or a case analysis, maybe case analysis is the best way to put it, of both local, state, federal incentives, kind of a complete package from the developer's point of view. No longer are we going to look at it from, at least this is the DMD's version, but you're certainly welcome to add to it, but I've spent enough time with Alyssa, is that she's going to be presenting opportunities, whether they're local opportunities through the Type A board or the TERS, or and allowing this feasibility study to be completed. That is what's different. The feasibility study being completed will now look, instead of looking at housing, it's going to look at a hotel. What the RFP told us is that the comments we did get back and from the previous developer, that a hotel might be the best and highest use. And so she's going to be putting forth a new way of looking at it, coupled with a potential grant, which we don't know that we would get. There's no guarantees, but Hurricane Harvey grants are available for historic preservation, and we would like to pursue that grant. The DMD is going to probably come to us and urge us to pursue that grant as a county, which is no match required, to be able to evaluate the structural. The comments that we did receive, and you received them through purchasing and through talking with the Historical Commission, myself talking to Sharon, is that the questions that she got were all related to structural. And that's because they were really, not all related, but there was a lot of concern about structure. And that's because there was a lot of reliance on a report that needs clearly to be looked at again and examined again. And so that grant might be used for those purposes.
And I appreciate that, but that was not what I heard her say. And if I heard you say something different, then let me know, because what I heard you say was there was not enough time. There were people who felt like they needed more time to be involved in this. There were specific people that you knew were involved. That is 100% new information to me today as I sit here. I don't know if the committee got that. That was never relayed, because that is disturbing information to me, that there were people that wanted more time, and we didn't. It wasn't brought before this.
Well, don't be too disturbed, because when I became judge, I'm the one that asked for the extension, and I only got half the time that I really wanted. So, I came in and said, "Hey, I'm a new judge. I have a new philosophy, a new ideology, and I'm sitting here full time, and I'm hearing a different will, and I have a different will." And I'm personally going to take on this cause and champion it. So give me some time to work it. But I didn't get to help construct that RFP with a series of experts or even historic preservationists. So that RFP got put forth prior to my tenure, and I asked for an extension, I think, of 90 days. I think we got 60. We got 60, but we were already midstream and we could not make any contact with anybody. But what we do know is that Ms. Fleming's office was contacted on the eve of the proposals with questions. We do know that, and that is indicative of people. If people are calling the Historical Commission asking for questions on the eve, that's indicative of needing some more time.
But the committee wasn't contacted.
Yeah.
No, hold on. But Judge, that's not a fair analysis of this process. You came in, and we, out of deference to you, gave you time, and I don't even remember how this process worked. I'm going to take it your word that you asked for 90, we only gave you 60. But if you would have said, because I know of someone specifically who needs more time, like she's represented as a case, then that may have been an entirely different response by this court, because you simply came in and said, I have a different opinion and I'd like a chance to work it than the rest of the court does. Out of deference, we said, okay, but we've also got a legislative session that we're dealing with that this court voted to do something different than what the will of you is at this point. And so we still, out of deference, said, sure, take some more time. But if someone, I'm telling you, if someone would have said to me, no, wait, I have got someone specifically who is a legitimate player in this, and that legitimate player with money needs more time, I mean, I'd have jumped all over that.
Just so you know,
I'm not saying I don't believe
jump all
this.
over that in the RFP process.
You can. We could
No,
have
you
extended
can't.
it.
No, you can't, because that provides an unfair advantage.
No. We could have extended it to allow more time to introduce it.
Can I interject right now? In the bid documents, it states that questions can be received by the purchasing office up to 5 days before the bid open date.
Right.
We received no questions to authorize us to create an addendum, because anytime we receive a question, we're duty-bound to publish an addendum to make sure that everyone who is bidding on the project has opportunity to the same information.
So you got no questions, right? So no one got any questions to you, but
So if someone had come on the day of the bid opening or the day before the bid opening, that would be too late for us to receive any further questions per the bid documents.
But back in December, when it was asked to extend, because I thought the extension was to give more time for people to apply or to put in their bids, had in December, when we extended this, if the court was asked, hey, can you extend this because we have someone else who needs more time, we could have extended then, right?
The court asked at that time to extend, and we requested the 90 days, and then the court voted to make it 60 days.
Because we didn't have anybody specifically that was asking for it. We were just
in
doing
general, we felt like we needed more time to allow people who might be interested in this project, because we felt that the window was too short initially.
But you got no questions, and you got, to your knowledge, you don't have anybody else that called in and said, we need more time, we might want to submit a bid, anything like that. Did you ever get any of that?
No, we did not receive any official communication from any bidder.
Okay. I'll get this.
Yes. Yes.
I don't understand.
Commissioner, I want to address your concern because there's a very specific question you have. My general sense and my general knowledge is that these kinds of projects take a lot of time to evaluate. And knowing that the last developer who was very interested essentially fell short in terms of being able to create the financing stack that he needed to pull the project forward, that they continue to work on that they remain interested in this project, and that in discussions I had both with them and other interested parties, they indicated to me that it would have been helpful to have more time, that there were constraints that they didn't particularly know how they would be resolved in terms of local financial commitment, in terms of the parcel, and questions about, what land TxDOT owns. There's some obstacles and constraints, I think, associated with the project, and barriers, I called them, that I think we will be evaluating during this feasibility study and attempt to clarify, so that the lack of proposals that you received, I think, is a reflection that there was just sort of a level of discomfort among those potential investors, that there were different types of questions that they didn't quite have the clarity that they wanted.
And you may have information that I don't, and so that's why I'm trying to pull it out of you, because the other side of that coin, for those of us who are not educated as you are on this, because you've talked to people, is nobody else was interested. That's the way. I'm just telling you, based on the information that I've been provided before today was no one was interested. No one bid. The guy from Dallas said it was $50 million instead of 40. It was too high. He didn't even put a bid in. That's the information that's been relayed to me, and that's troublesome to me, because had someone said there are legitimate investors that give them another 60 days, give them another 30 days, we could have still gone forward with our legislative deal and given someone more time had we known that there was legitimate people out there that needed more time. So, it's just, and I'm not mad at you. I'm frustrated with this process, because somehow that didn't get relayed to us, and I don't know why they weren't calling purchasing and asking questions, and calling purchasing and telling them, hey, would there be any way that we could have a little longer, because we need to work on our financing stack, because purchasing just stood up here and said they didn't get one question. So if you're the public and you're looking at this and you're saying, well, no one bid on it, that means no one's interested yet again. So what do we do? And that's what puts us in a box, is because I would love to restore that thing. It is beautiful. I wish we'd have never moved out of that courthouse. That's a whole other debate that Anita and I had yesterday. Let's tear down this one and go restore that one. Okay? I don't like that. But we are where we are, and I'm frustrated that information didn't get to us that. And I don't know why they wouldn't call us, or why they wouldn't call purchasing and say, hey, look, we're right there. We got some good ideas. We need to work on our financial stacking. And could you go back and ask the court if we could have 30 more days?
Well, let me just say something. In the interest of time here, I'm going to exercise a little bit of judgment. This is an excellent and important debate. But the question is whether to move forward on this RFP, and I would like to move forward on that. And secondary, this illustrates how important it is to devise an RFP to your parameters. And you can devise anything you want to. You can contract for anything as long as it's within the parameters of the law. And what I said, I think, holds true. This committee that was set forth can still somehow be intact, although it has a completely different purpose. It's not meant to evaluate any proposals. But we have not lost anything. We can still go forward and pursue new avenues. If there are people that are interested, this court is interested in knowing about them. We have a mechanism and a conduit now to very good information through the Historical Commission. Yes, Michael.
And you have the option to rebid at a later date in the same method, or by using a broker per 263.008.
Yeah.
Where you contract.
And you know what? And if I had a little bit of time, I might even find you a third or a fourth one, but I don't have the time right now.
Didn't we use Adame at one point as a realtor?
Yes.
So what was the deal with? They advertised it. They put it out. What happened with that?
Nothing.
You know what? How about what happened to our entire community? What happened to our downtown? There are lots available that have been sitting there for 30 years. There are people that are there. Yeah.
Nothing happened, is it?
Nothing. Zero. Nothing's happened. And we need to create. I guess what I'm trying to say is, in the interest of time, the purpose of the comment was to inform the court, as she did last night, that there are new tools. And the new tools are the feasibility study that the Historical Commission has been given approval from by their executive director to go forward. There is a real dollar value to that feasibility study. The Downtown Management District has a real value because of their time and resources that they are going to be giving to this project. In addition, we have a new federal tax program called the Opportunity Zone. That Opportunity Zone funds are also being provided for. Alyssa just went to a conference just 7 days ago on that. These are the new factors that need to be examined. And I'm all for examining them. I'm all for workshopping them. I'm all for creating a better RFP to possibly go forward to get all these new people. But I don't think it does any good to rehash questions that were never posed. You know, I don't know why they didn't pose them to you. Maybe we need to do a better job of marketing. the fact that we are available. I mean, I can only say that Ms. Fleming did receive questions. She's reported those to us, and I think it's time to move on.
May I make a comment, Judge?
Mm-hmm.
First off, the committee got none of that. We didn't hear anything about that. But let me just say this. I made a motion a while ago to not accept the bid. And I want to thank the Ed Rochelle Foundation for putting it, because I think they're trying to help our city. But it really doesn't matter, because our hands are tied up here, and the public needs to understand that. Because of past decisions, our hands are tied because it is designated, and it will be a miracle if they get that off. So in the meantime, before 2027, I believe it is, if we can figure out a way to do something with that courthouse, because I think there's not one commissioner up here that wants to destroy it. But we were to the point when we voted 5-0, we didn't have a whole lot of choices. And we were hoping we would get that up to Austin and get it on there and try and get that done, because we had no other choices. Really, we didn't. But in the meantime, I think that we have to look at anything that's out there that we can change. If we can get someone to come in there and put it into a hotel, I think we have to look at all of that. And I also think that we have to look at the possibility it may not happen. And so if that happens and in 2027 we have to tear it down, we should be putting some money out to tear it down so we can put it up for sale. But I hope it's going to be the latter and that we come up with some solution to preserve it.
I got just one. I'm going to ask, I'm sorry, ma'am. What was your?
Ms. Fleming?
Ms. Levin. I wrote some notes here that what I'm hearing everybody saying here, I know they want to extend it, okay? I don't have a problem with that either. But what you're saying is we have the downtown district now and everybody else. So you're saying everybody together, we want to find those $50 million to restore it.
I believe that's true, yes.
Yeah? So it's not going to come from the county, it's going to come from somewhere else.
That's correct.
Right?
Private investment.
Private investment. And how long do you think that's going to take?
I don't know the answer to that. I did say earlier these projects do take time.
Yeah, well, I heard you say that too, and it's just why we've been waiting all this time. And, and I don't think in the last, 4 years or 5 years, the Historical Commission hasn't given them the money to restore this thing. I don't think they have. I haven't heard that they have. So is the State Historical Commission putting money into the project?
We earlier put over $2 million into the project as a demonstration that the exterior could be restored.
How earlier was that?
That was in 2002, and then we made another grant award offer to Judge Shamsi of $1.9 million, which the county rejected.
But those is not going to get it done either, right? I mean, every 5 years, if you do $1 million, it's not really going to get it done. That's why I'm saying if everybody working together and you're saying, you know what, we're going to have those $50 million, or you said $1 billion at one point, I guess. I can see maybe it happening, but I don't want to hold anybody to that, saying that you told me that you're going to bring that money in. But I'm just saying, and Judge, and I told Ms. Eisenhower the same thing. I mean, I want to see it. I wish I could see that done, before I live here, but I doubt it. But, I just think that, when I hear all this money, and it's good to say we're all going to this, but we've been doing this in almost, 2000? And when you get, the only that bothers me is those $2 million, and somebody said, well, the commission might want the money back if we tear it down. Well, I think the county has done a lot of their part to put us where we are right now. So why, in one point, somebody says we have to give the money, $2 million back to the commission if we tear it down? That was what brought to me and said, if y'all tear it down, you're going to have to give $2 million back to the commission. So, well, why? And I mean, we've done our part, to try to keep it going, but I'm just saying, I'm just hoping, and I don't mind the extension, Judge, and maybe we should, maybe 90 days, 100.
No, I'm not asking for an extension. All I want to do is vote on the RFP today. But in the future, we might discuss what we can do together. I do want to point out something as a last, and I really do mean this, that I don't have a copy of it because I took it to my office because I got it last night. But in the feasibility study, there's one graph that I would point to your attention. It's very worth noting that on a $53 million project, The tax incentives, when all added up, show a delta of only $8 million. And that is not even including the Opportunity Zone. I think when you factor in the Opportunity Zone, if I still have my math hat on, I think that you're going to see that that gap closes even further. Now, what that means to me, Commissioner, is that the incentives that are provided by the Historical Commission, both at the state and the federal level, combined with the local incentives, combined with the new tax laws, all of those added up do equalize a $50 million investment. But make no mistake, it's not going to come as cold hard cash in a check, but the incentives have a value, an intrinsic value to a developer for tax purposes that equal and can be measured to be within the $8 million delta. It's a gap, it's a shortfall of $8 million. I'm sorry I don't have it, but I will direct your attention to it at a later date.
It's page 33 of 37.
Please make a note of it. It's the one thing you should know. That is what the state is giving to us along with our federal partners. That doesn't even count this new update that has a value and the new grant that we could possibly get. I'm not here to make predictions. I'm not in that game, but I can tell you that we're here to recognize that there are new people at the table, and that warrants some time. One last thing, Alyssa, just identify for us what are you going to call this study? Because I keep trying to make words up. What are you going to call it so that we know how to refer to it?
Good afternoon, Judge Commissioners. Alyssa Barretta Mason, Executive Director of the Downtown Management District. The Historic Commission has offered to update their 2016 feasibility study, which looked exclusively at a residential model, which, as you stated, had a bit of a gap. In the lessons learned from the last proposal, I think that there is a real opportunity to incorporate those, look at potentially a different model and have a project that does not have a gap but actually is attractive to a developer. This isn't the type of brain damage that you can expect somebody to come in our community and do at their own expense. This is something that we would really need to work out as a community, and it's quite an offer from the Historic Commission, who gets applications from communities all the time for projects like this that they don't have the capacity to undertake, to essentially clear their schedule to be able to facilitate this for our community because they see such a value in this asset. So my comment in that regard is just that we're very excited if the court should be interested in moving forward in that direction to participate and support that. And we think that that is the most logical next step that gives us an opportunity to truly see success in this project and this property that means so much to our community.
Can I just ask a question on the money that Judge Shamsi refused? Was that with any would that have extended the easement any longer? Okay. Pardon?
And that required a match.
Required a match and a dollar for dollar match, and it would have increased the easement? Okay, so you're saying it was a dollar for dollar match, and it would have extended the easement on there from 2027 on further out?
She does not believe that that's the case on the easement.
Okay, but our county attorney does, and she was there. So somebody just give us the right answer. And then going down on these funding sources, can someone explain to me what they are? Since that's been referenced, there's a permanent loan on there.
On page 33?
Yeah, there's a permanent loan. So the developer has to get that loan? Is that what that is? A permanent loan? I don't know what these funding sources mean. I see it says the first one says permanent loan of $73 million. Who gets that loan? The developer? Oh, okay. No, so to me, a loan means not.
It comes from an investment group or a tax syndicator, where those also tend to be involved with these projects.
Okay, so that means someone has to get a loan.
Yes, sir. I can do my best to answer this question for you.
Okay.
So that permanent loan would be to a developer. This is something that would be repaid with the project's cash flow. So that's why it's so important that the model be developed is something that actually does produce revenue for a developer, so that they can shop this to a bank and get this loan and finance this project.
Okay. So, and I think that's real important because we're throwing out this number that there's only an $8.7 million gap, and so that means if they get the loan, so if they qualify somehow to get the loan, right, I guess that would be based on the cash flow of the project that they put forth, and then the state what's HT tax credit?
Historic tax credits.
Okay, so then how does that work? You get a tax credit, but you still have to come up with the money to build this thing.
There are syndication groups that are happy to purchase tax credits, so they'll provide you like 95 cents on the dollar for every tax credit you get for a project. They'll buy that from you to provide that funding.
Okay, and then the federal historic tax credit, same thing.
Yes,
So they're going to have to go get they'll sell their tax credits. Okay, because I just think it's important as we're talking through this that people understand it, including me. And then NMTC?
So that stands for New Market Tax Credit Equity. If I can just kind of, to put this in perspective, this is the model developed under a residential right development where one of the things that we've learned is that a residential model development still has potentially an $8 million gap, which doesn't make somebody want to invest necessarily funds in it. So if we can develop through an updated feasibility study a model that doesn't have a gap, then that has the potential to move forward. And the spread, the options here, have grown. So now there's opportunity zone designations. I believe House Bill 1000 in the legislature right now also proposes adding another level of incentives to a area designated as an opportunity zone. So that's going to be a potential new line on here. Type A funds were committed to the last project that was not on this list, and there's also reinvestment zone funds. So there's the purpose of updating a feasibility study would be to come up with an accurate list of this that doesn't produce an $8 million gap.
But you don't get the tax credits unless you get the loan. The loan is, it's part of it's why you get the tax credits. You have to have the investment. So it's predicated upon somebody investing. That's what's good about it.
So is the NMTC equity guaranteed? I'm sorry.
New Market Tax Credits is just another incentive program. It's complex and it's complicated, and it takes quite a long time for a program like that and a project like that to come to fruition. So in doing a feasibility study about all the different incentives available, there may be a more attractive funding option than New Market Tax Credits. But that was the one chosen for this model in 2016.
And then the potential Texas Historical Commission grant, I assume that's still available? The $3.7 million from the Texas Historical Commission grant? Is that what that stands for?
That is what that acronym stands for.
So is that still out there?
If the ownership is with the county or the city.
No, right. It is currently. So I'm assuming that's what when you prepared this for us, that's what you were saying is, so that grant, meaning that's still available and that's still a commitment from the Texas Historical Commission is for that grant?
Yes, as long as the building is owned.
No, absolutely. Assuming it's the same circumstances. Okay.
And Judge, I think this is the reason that Anita suggested we have a workshop, so we could all understand what's available.
And Alyssa not only is certified in many of these financial modelings, but we also have been attending symposiums on these new tax credits. And again, there's even extra goodies if you really get sort of down in the weeds, where you can put in, for example, some of the property that is adjacent to saying, I can model to see what happens if we can get an agreement with the city to bring this lease as a part of my overall, project, or if this particular, in this case, it just happens to be city property that's across the street. So, that would, again, bring up the value to an overall investment.
I have one more question, Judge, before.
Mm-hmm.
Say, for instance, we go with a project, right? Is there a new timeline for all this?
That's our call.
Huh?
We've got 7 years.
That's what I'm saying. But I'm saying, if we find somebody who's going to spend that money, $53 million, and so do we? It's up to us to extend the timeline. Then say, okay, you don't have 7 years. I would say you got 7 years to do it.
Right now, this bid has been already opened, so.
There's no extending of the current RFP.
Right. I think he's just talking about the future, though.
Right. I'm just saying, say for instance, we do get it down the road. Do we have to come back and say, all right, you're going to do $53 million, so you got 10 years to do it?
Well, you have the option to make a decision to rebid this project at a later date. So if you want to set a date far enough out in the future for those things,
I don't want to do
my prediction is if we'll actually act on this RFP, we might be able to get on the road to having other people talk to us about new opportunities, and that's what I think that it merits. But I know we have a motion, a second, and we've had great discussion, and in fear of making the worst mistake and continuing this discussion when I have already said that, let's end with a beautiful and positive note.
I think there was another question that was going to come.
Oh, yes, Ms. Fratula. Margaret, forgive me.
It's very entertaining. It's such a great base here. Oh my gosh, new people, a lot of chores for our brilliant county attorney, Laura. It's amazing. Thank you so much for being so quick. I went 4 meetings today, so everybody was talking about 150 people. They talk about, did you hear about this agenda that is in the county? And I goes like, well, I'm going there. He goes, good luck to come out before 5 o'clock.
Oh, goodness.
So I said, look, we go fast. My name is Margaret Fratila. Maybe more of you knows me. And do I have to tell the address where I live? I stay the address.
No, you're good.
I got involved with a land commission, so I was a land commissioner for the city of Corpus Christi, off and on for about 2 years. I came from the culture and country where 2,000 is history, buildings talking to us. I mean, go in Washington, D.C., you see that here, they're preserving. We're dying to do that. When I came here and I saw the Colosseum, I said, that is a dome that God was talking about in the Bible. So I said, that's wonderful. Well, apparently, it's a tragedy. It's not there anymore. People are, very unhappy, some crying and stuff. And another one is like this wonderful building. And if I make an analogy and say, if you have a child that is sick and is has to be rehabilitated, would you rehabilitate it or would you give a little injection of, $1 million? Well, that's what happened. This is our child. This is our protection. Why we look outside somebody to buy it? They can buy land. They can build something, modern. But this building, it's just amazing, and it's really a thing that we can really preserve this building. And I have so many solutions because just happened to be in a contact with a lot of people that they took me in a tour at Alamo. And this friend of mine, they work in restoration, he sent an email to Commissioner Van and one to county judge, and tell about their project that they did. So we were driving one day here at a courthouse, and they said, I think that you can easily get $34 million to restore that, that historical, landmark. And I was also curious about what we can do inside. Why do we have to do a hotel when we can do something for our veterans? A friend of mine, she's an auditor for the Texas Department of Veterans Affairs. When I was managing 14 units apartments, she said, why don't you work with the Texas, to the Veterans Department of Veterans Affairs? And that's what's going on. He said, they give $1,750 for 1 bedroom for 2 veterans to stay in an apartment. What they do, make it like a high-rise condominium for the veterans, and the 2 bedrooms is $3,400, completely financed by the Department of Veterans Affairs. GI Forum can work on that. Military, people that are working for the Chamber of Commerce. So I think that we can have that possibilities to get this money. Also, the General Land Office, Commissioner Bush, he was, I'll say 50%, maybe more than that, involved in this project to restore Alamo. So he will be just very happy. I personally will volunteer to go and explore everything that is possible to preserve that. I was there 10, 15 years ago. We did a remote with one of the radio stations. It was such an amazing feeling that I had about this building. It's something that you cannot say let's get an investor. $1 million is like giving a little injection to a child to diet. Exactly. It's ridiculous, this price for $1 million, and we know the value of this property. And because I wanted you to receive this, what I'm telling you, with the open mind, just forget about what was happening yesterday. And I know, and I have so much confidence, Judge Canales, that you understand, you were born here, you raised here, you understand what is the preserving something that is ours. Why do we give it to somebody else? It's unique in the world. Like a Coliseum, we can, all city will stay there. The hurricane wouldn't attack us, wouldn't really harm us. So if it is any possibilities that we can work on that, and we can, contact the land commissioner. He will be wonderful. He will come personally to look here. And as you know, President Bush was like really love to restore all these, old buildings. So there are possibilities. And if worse comes to worse, I can help with that. Hedge funds said, put together a wonderful project, what you want to do. We buy buildings that have to be restored. And as you know, and you're familiar, Judge, with the hedge funds, they can, write a check. So it's because of us, helping us, not to borrow the money. So I appreciate to do anything that you can do for preserving this wonderful, asset that you have in this community.
Thank you.
And I know you have an open mind to work on that.
Thank you for your comments. Should I wait? Judge, well, you know what? While we wait for Commissioner Gonzalez, who took just a momentary break, I'd like to take this opportunity to do something that I wish it wasn't so late, because it would have been nice when it was a full courtroom. But this is a very interesting box. It says Altoids, but it's not just a normal Altoid box. In fact, it was a box that was in my desk, and when I moved in my office 2 months ago, we had a little reorganization of furniture, and in one of the credenzas was this box. And I'd like to give all the credit to Monica Bettis in my office, who had the good sense to not think it was just old Altoids. And she opened it up, and when she did, she found that they were none other than the original 1914 courthouse keys. This one belonged to the jail. The rest of them are in this box, and it would be my honor and my privilege to present them to Anita Eisenhower of the Historical Commission today, because these do not belong to me. They belong to our county's history. And I hope that you will take them and keep them safe and preserved in the places that we keep all good things. The only thing I was thinking, if you would indulge me, is I would love the opportunity to copy them and have a reproduction in my office for all to see. And it is my sincere hope that we save this courthouse. It's important that I say those words. I will do everything in my power, but I am not a magician, but we will do what we think that we can do to provide the tools to the county. But I can do this small thing, and I'm grateful that Judge Neal said it was okay to paint maroon to brown to accommodate my school affiliation. Had he never done that, I would have never moved that credenza, and this would not have been found. Anita, these belong to you as the custodian of our history.
Yeah, take them out of the Altoid box, Judge. It'd be a better picture, right? I'm glad you're going to reproduce them, because we may need them. That may be the only keys we have to get into that place.
Exactly, and we should reproduce one for Sheriff Hooper. This is the old front door, and this is the old jail. And we know they're 1914 because the Altoid box says so. So anyway, thank you.
I think they make those a
Thank
thing.
you I know you'll take good care of them. Oh my gosh.
To copy, and then
Okay. I'm going to give them to Public Works to copy. I know Juan. Juan, is that all right? I trust you, Juan.
Judge, Commissioner Gonzalez said he didn't know they made Altoids back in 1914, so.
May I show our...
Absolutely, and then we'll give them to Juan in the back.
Our placard that we had taken in front of the courthouse.
Yes.
That many of the people that are sitting here had done several years
Yes.
ago. Let me
Yes.
hold that up. And if
And
those
what-
of you who had your picture taken years ago or believe this, will you please stand up for the court to see?
That's good.
This place matters. And this was taken in front of the 1914 Nueces County Courthouse. People that were present were members of the Daughters of the American Revolution, the Historical Society, and the Historical Commission. And so we have kept this in Jim Rome's closet for some occasion in which we could display this again. And so we wanted you to know today, when you're making some momentous decision, please keep this in mind.
Thank you. Thank you to all of you. Commissioners, I'm going to bring us back to
Call the question.
to the item, calling the question. We already had a motion and a second, if you'll recall. All those in favor signify by saying aye. The motion, just to remind everybody, was to reject bids.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, same sign. Okay. Could you bring us back to the IB McGee, that's number 4 on the lift station reconstruction?
Rebid or no decision?
Do we need,
Are you doing lift station reconstruction? IB McGee lift station reconstruction?
No, that's all the
this is,
phase 2, 3, and the lift station. That's everything that we went out for bids.
yeah, this is just to award.
No, I'm sorry, Judge, motion to reject all bids on item 4. I'm sorry.
All right.
My bad.
All bids.
Table it or reject?
No, motion to reject. Second, motion to reject, and second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Okay, and now the armored car service, Michael?
Okay, this one is the Armored Car Services for pickup and delivery of monetary deposits between Nueces County entities and the county's depository for a term of 2 years with option to renew for additional 1-year terms for 3 of those. We received one bid from the current provider, who's Dunbar Armored Incorporated.
Mm-hmm.
One notable exception on their proposal was that the deposits will be delivered on the next business day. So that's the main difference.
That's the main difference.
And I've already
You
spoken
recommend-
over this with Dale, and he's in favor of us moving forward with Dunbar.
Okay, and so I've got a motion.
One more. I need to make this
Yes.
note too. The total that's listed on the official bid tab amount is incorrect. We went back and reviewed those calculations this morning. That amount is $28,274.40 per year.
Judge, hold on. We got a little.
Hold on, guys. I'm sorry.
No, she fell down.
Are we okay? Are you sure? Okay, but you're all right. Okay. Thank you. Sorry about that.
You can call 911.
Sorry. Thanks, Brent. I don't have a rear view mirror.
No.
Thank you, Brent.
Can I ask something?
Can we
'Cause
go
there were
back?
some complaints to me about the armored service when they were picking it up. Did anybody talk to y'all about that? There were some concerns. Yeah.
I haven't received any complaints in purchasing. I don't know if Dale's aware of any. But like I said, the yearly amount is $28,274.40 per year for the total of $56,548.80 for the 2 years.
Okay, and you recommend.
Yes, and we recommend award to Dunbar Armored
And
Incorporated.
the only difference, Dale, is that 1 day.
Well, we've done this several times where we've went out for bid for armored car services for many years, and we've only ever received one bid, and we've always rejected a rebid, and we've always get the same result. So, talking with a person engaged myself, he's it really defeats the purpose of rejecting because it would probably be the same people we get.
I got you.
To do it again. So.
Okay. All right. Do I have a motion? And a second.
Second.
A second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay. And now, Juan, it's your turn. Thank you, Michael, for all of that. Take us through these as quickly.
Okay, we will.
The dune protection permit.
Yes, ma'am. Recommending approval of the dune permit, DPP 1218-01P. It's for repair to the boardwalk and walkway at Mustang Towers. Public Works is recommending approval.
So moved.
Second. Okay, motion a second, and it conforms with everything, right?
Yes, ma'am. BMAC has reviewed.
That's what I wondered.
They approved.
I see that now.
GLO has also recommended no adjustment to issuing a permit.
Okay, I see my notes now. Everything's in order. Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
On the next one, it's to approve the 4th-year contract extension between Nueces County and Hanson Professional Engineering Services for the stormwater services. This is for our 5 yards that we have. We're recommending extending the 4th year to Hanson Professional Services. They've been doing it for the past 3 years, and this is going to be the
This is
fourth
their
year.
one-year extension.
Yes, ma'am.
So moved.
And I've got a motion and a second, and all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign.
The next one is a no-cost change order, number 2, and this is for the Nueces County Airport apron expansion. This is for, they went from LRA base to limestone base, no additional cost to the county. We are requesting an additional 1-year warranty from the contractor, and we'll be receiving that from the contractor when the project is completed.
So moved.
And a second, please.
Second.
A second. And all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay, great.
All right,
Thank you, Juan, for
Thank you.
staying. And Dale, take us through the change order.
The first one is for our current budget change order for our current fiscal year, budget change order number 10. The ones on page 2, you'll see where our largest budget change order requests are for our juvenile justice center as well as our district attorney. And these are because of vacancies in their office requiring overtime and temporary services. The rest are normal transfers and nothing under consideration. Page 3 also has some maintenance repairs on some grounds that the jail had for engineering costs. Excuse me. The change orders are legitimate, and they have the funds available, and I submit this for your approval.
So moved.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion?
This is 2018-19 or 2017-18?
The first one on budget change order 10 was for 18-19, our current fiscal year.
Okay, we're only doing that one right now.
We're doing that one right now, yes.
All right.
Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign.
The next one is for our last fiscal year when we're doing our annual financial reports, which is due at the end of this month. We've had some budget change order requests and adjustments that are needed to make sure there's no variances in the reports when we do our annual financial reports. It's a very lengthy report, and we do this once a year. There may be one more coming on the next court. We don't believe that might be the case, but it is fairly lengthy, and all it is just to clear up some variances in the accounts. And so we submit budget change order number 26 for your approval for fiscal year 17-18.
So moved.
Second.
I got a question.
Sure.
Okay, is this like a year later or 6 months later after it?
Our annual financial report is due 6 months after the fiscal year end.
Oh, 6 months
And
after.
it's due on March 31st, and that's what my staff's working on now, and our external auditors are here at the moment.
Okay, and the next question is on this $620,000 on insurance administration costs?
Yeah, that's what I'm going to look into and make sure there was this may have been a coding error that we needed just adjustment-wise, and we'll take the proper adjustments on that. The budget is there for the movement around, and I'll make sure that the variables are there, and we might make a few more adjustments as we're working on our books. We're finalizing them now. We will probably may have one more change order coming up on the next court, but right now we're going through as quick as we can, and our auditors are going through everything we have, and that's why we see some of these large change orders, and we just may have made a coding error, and we'll make sure that those get fixed.
So next one will be a follow-up on this?
Yes, there may be one more follow-up for the next court, and that should be the last for 17-18.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, that would be super if we could get a
Yes.
follow-up. Okay, and then finally, I'm sorry, we need a motion and a second for that approval.
I think we got
So
it.
We got it? Okay, we just need to vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Pose same sign. And now the monthly financials.
It is a little late in the day, so I'll go through this fairly quickly. It is your monthly financial report for January 31st. That leaves us about 67% of our budget remaining through the year. If you go through our budget pages, starting back on page 28 is where our first issue is. One of our buildings has a little bit of a decline in balances. They're a little bit below where we need them to be, the Broadway warehouse, and that's mainly because of our maintenance repairs costs that was there. And we go through the rest of the balances on page 35. Department 3200 is legal aid, but that's really not a concern because of their rents all do it at once. So that's why they're a little bit below. So that's really not a concern for us because we know that's one time payment of $25,000 at the very beginning of the year. So as we work it through, it'll finally work itself out. On page 43, we have the district clerk jury administration department that has some some other expenses we need to look into to find out why the other expenses are there. The jury expenses are doing very well. They're up on the special personnel services. They're at 76%, so they're well within the fields that they need to have. Okay. On page 48, one of our just the pieces on JP 5.2, and we kind of expected this, but this being a new judge, the last judge tried to destroy the budget by getting rid of everything. We established it back to where it was. But we know that when a new judge comes in, there's a lot of traveling expenses requirements and some other cost requirements, and also staff changes. So that's something we'll be working with the judge on that.
What? So what was missing, or what?
On JP 5.2, when with the new judge that was there, the old judge, when they submitted the budget change, or when they submitted the budget for approval, they cut the budget to death because he was not happy being voted out. So we took all of his negatives out and established it back where it was before he left. But with the new judge, it requires traveling and training for being this. So some times when you come in, staff decides to change. And so there's some areas that there should have been a little bit of a cushion there, but there wasn't in that particular court. So that's not really a concern, and we'll be working with the judge on that. On page 54, we have our Child Protective Services is a little bit on the plus side. But this is one of those ones where we have different items where we have back-to-school programs, we have Christmas programs, and some other programs in there that cause us to kind of fluctuate slightly. Now, the good portion is on page 58. You'll see our total general fund is at 73% remaining.
Yeah, hold on.
Sure.
Question. On JP4, also, did we ever clear that? Do you remember there was an issue there one time also? Did we ever clear that? If there was an issue there, that financial issues there that would...
We know we've had several issues out of JP4. We've had several audits that caused some change, and we've been working with Judge Neblett on some other sums. So he's working with that, and being in the Port Aransas area, it's kind of hard to find some staff that sometimes, as Commissioner Chesney knows on some of the problems out there, as Kevin knows, trying to find someone out there at the Port A building for taxes. It's hard to find people to be able to work in Port Aransas because of the cost of living there. So sometimes our salaries are that, and that's why you see a lot of few red numbers, because we have to do some training and traveling and some expenses for JP4.
No. I don't know. What office is he using? Same office?
They have a temporary building right now. We're still working with the city to determine on how we're going to do the joint building we had. I think they decided to destroy the building because they couldn't meet the FEMA requirements of lifting it high enough. So we're still working with them. So I believe we have a temporary building there for the JP as well as the constables.
Yeah, the last question I have is, do we ever have a itemize or breakdown on, remember last year we voted to upgrade all our fees and fines and from the constable serving papers and the sheriff's department?
We can give you that. That's on our revenue side. These are your expenses.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you give us the run? Is it here?
It's in the front on revenue. Let's see what page it's on.
But it says fines and fees?
Yes, it does.
Constables?
Well, it doesn't break it out. I'll have to break it out later. On page 13 is where our revenue is for general fund, and you'll see under fees of office. Right now, that's all fees of office from all areas, including your county clerks, your district clerks, your JP fees, your tax assessor fees. So I can give you a breakdown next time of each of the courts and how it works.
Yeah, I think so, because that's one, just like we did last time, we raised up all the fees.
But the fees went up only recently, so that we won't see a large increase right now.
Oh, I thought we did it last time.
Well, we did it last year, but because when Commissioner Constable Clark brought it in, the fees, according to the state, start in I believe it's in January. So it's from January on is when the new fees are there. So we've only been in, this is the first month you would see the
something mid-year? Like, can we get something mid-year to let us know?
Well, we'll see how much of the increase would be, yes.
All right. Thanks.
But other than that, the general fund's doing well. All the other transactions are doing fine. On 84, you'll see that we've had, for this particular month, $333,377 worth of P cards, and you have the breakdown of all the P card transactions behind that. I'll be glad to answer any question you might have. I know it's late, so I went through this as slowly as quickly as I could.
Gail, do me a favor, just because we did go through it quickly. Just repeat the. I'm using my table of contents now to make stars.
Okay.
Just go over the page numbers again that you identified,
Sure, no
starting
problem.
from the beginning, and that way, if any commissioner.
The first one was on page 28.
All right, 28.
I think. The next one was on page 35.
Got it.
The next one was on page 43.
Okay.
Then on page 48.
Uh-huh.
We had one on page 54. And the total, last one I told you was the general fund is doing very well was on page 58.
Right. Okay, I hope that helps, commissioners.
It does.
Okay. Having heard the monthly report, do I have a motion to approve it?
So moved.
And a second.
Second.
Any further discussion for Dale? Hearing none. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. At this time, Commissioners Court.
Judge, can I?
Yes.
I'm sorry.
Of course.
We can do number 2. I still have what do you call it? A
Number two,
legal
correct.
question because we're going to move to reject all bids on that one, but I still do have a legal question for executive session. So I would
worries.
move that we reject all bids on number 2. I just
You already did, huh?
no, we did on 4. It was my bad. I shouldn't have skipped 2.
Let's go back and all those. I have a motion. Can I have a second, Commissioner Gonzalez? Commissioner from Bond, seconds. All those in favor of rejecting bids on item number 2 signify by saying aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, same sign. At this time, I elect to go into executive session to discuss matters listed in the agenda when authorized, as authorized by the provisions of the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551 of the Texas Government Code. And at this time, those government code sections that apply are 551, 071, 072, 073, 074, 745, 76, 86, 87. And Commissioners Court intends to hold consultation with our attorney, including matters to discuss matters and consult with our attorney relating to litigation regarding real property, prospective gifts, personal matters, including termination, county advisory bodies, security devices, and/or economic development negotiations, and other matters that may be discussed in executive session. Upon completion, we will come back into open session and take such action as deemed necessary in executive session. At this time, at 1:25, we are gaveling out and mics are off. Okay, we're back on the record here. Court is back in session at 1:50 p.m. We're out of executive session. We have one action item to discuss, and that is discuss and consider a demand letter regarding a drainage ditch along County Road 61.
And the motion is to deny the demand.
And at this time, I'd like to see a motion. I saw a motion signaling by Commissioner Chesney and a second by Gonzalez. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Pose same sign. There are no other matters to address out of executive session, and so now I ask that we have an adjournment in memory of. Motion?
Commissioner?
I have one that Commissioner Vaughn asked that I share for her since she had to leave a few minutes early. There was a tragedy that happened just north of Robstown last weekend, and this involved the Tolosa Midway family in western Nueces County. Justin Franco, son of Johnny and Valerie Franco, brother of Jackie, John, Jaylee, Jordan Franco, tragically passed away Friday, March the 8th, 2019, in a car accident. Justin was 18 years old and a senior at Tolosa Midway High School. Justin was such a sweet and caring young man with a heart of gold. He loved to fish, work on cars, and hanging out with family and friends. Justin was always willing to help anyone, anytime. Justin always had a smile on his face and always making people laugh. Justin was loved by so many. So I wanted to share that on behalf of Commissioner Vaughn and, of course, Judge, on behalf of the entire court of that. And also one other, and I'm sure you'll talk about it, but Carolyn Moon passed away. Many people knew Carolyn, very active in the Democratic Party, but also very active in the League of Women Voters in the community. She was a constituent of mine when I was in City Council and again as Precinct 3 Commissioner, and she was a strong supporter of mine. She lived right there on McCardle and near the Armory on McCardle between Everhart and Weber. And she didn't have any problems telling me when she thought I was wrong. And she did it a few times, but for the most part, I counted on her as friendship, and she had a great personality, and she was a fireball. She really was. And so I always loved seeing her post on Facebook about her animals, and she cared about this community tremendously, and of course about education. That was a big deal for her as well in a previous life. So I was truly saddened to hear she had passed. And my last time I had a chance to see and speak with her was at your swearing in. And so had I known, I would have taken a little bit more time to spend with her. But I'm glad I got to visit with her. It was good to see her with her hair as she had changed the color. And so, of course, I'll be missing her. So my condolences to her family and her friends as well.
Commissioner Gonzalez?
With my prayers to Carolyn Munoz, when she will actually be missed in the Democratic Party. She's a diehard Democrat, and she would tell you more things that you want to know, but that she didn't want to hear either. So, but that's the way she was, and so. But she was a diehard. She'll be missed. The other one I have is Mr. Raimundo Naismith Jr. Died February 24th, 2019. He was a retired social worker with Nueces County Department Social Services and was a United States Army disabled veteran. Rosary will be recited at 7 p.m. tonight at Guardian Funeral Home Chapel. He was always very much involved also into the political arena. And of course his veterans was his passion, and always doing something for veterans. So he will be missed, and I'm sure the veterans will miss him more dearly. So our prayers go out to the family, and may he rest in peace.
Thank you, Commissioner Chesney.
Yes, thank you. The first one I have today is Glendon Franklin Bouchon. Judge, you may have gone to school with some of the Bouchon kids, Ray. I don't remember how they all stretched out, but he was the father of them, and he had many children, and a couple of which were around the area when I was at Ray. So I wanted to certainly pass on our condolences to the Bouchon family for their loss of their father. The second one that I have is a man named Larry Don Hall. Larry Don Hall passed away peacefully in February in Port Aransas. Went to his service. It was a very nice service. He was a wonderful man who moved here. He was a transplant from out of state, but quickly made Port Aransas his home and just was a super guy. And he fought his cancer as long and hard as he could, but unfortunately that overtook him. So condolences to their family. Also to another lady that I knew well in Port Aransas, Suzanne Tyler McCann. Same situation, unfortunately. Suzanne fought her cancer as best she could and was unable to beat that. And she was just a lovely personality there in Port Aransas, and raised her kids there. And just anyway, great lady, and they will miss her, as will I. And finally, I attended the funeral of James Harrison, Jim Pusley, Mike Pusley's father, who passed away on March 5th. If you know the Pusley family, you know that Jim was quite the character, worked very hard, and in fact, as that was said at the service, until 2 or 3 weeks before he passed away, he didn't understand the concept of retirement and didn't understand the concept of not working. So he was a great guy and was a great patriarch of that family, and so condolences to the Pusley family, the McCann family, and the others that I've mentioned here today. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, and I echo all the condolences to all those that you brought up to our attention in memory. I just want to echo also, Carolyn was a very special lady, and I remember so many times when the office was literally going to close, and it was she who would come up somehow with the money to keep the phone on or the lights on, and she really was a diehard, and she was very, very ill, but she really wanted to be at my swearing in, and she was one of those pioneers that really worked hard for women, so she will forever be in my memory. And also, just because I thought it was a very poignant moment today in court to have Miss Wood here with us, and I think that it's a good time to say that, my memory will be for all those victims. here in Nueces County, and that this court will always remember them. And with that, we adjourn at 1:57. Well, I didn't get a motion, but I assume. Okay, thank you. It is a standing motion, and mics are off.